Hello beautiful people. Welcome to the Fiction Blue. In today's episode, we explore Harry found a goblin emergency portkey hidden inside the cupboard wall and arrived at Gringotts at age 5. Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1. The bronze disc. The crack in the wall had been there for as long as Harry could remember, which wasn't saying much since he was 5 and most of his memories before 3 were just shapes and sounds and the smell of something burning. But the crack, that one specifically, the one that ran diagonally from the third plank up on the left side of the cupboard wall, splitting through the old paint in a line that looked almost deliberate, that one he knew. He knew it the way he knew the exact temperature of the hot water pipe that ran behind the right wall, which was the best place to press his hands in January. He knew it the way he knew which step on the stairs creaked and which didn't, and how long after the television went quiet downstairs he had to wait before it was safe to use the bathroom without permission. He knew the cupboard under the stairs the way prisoners know cells, intimately, completely, and with the particular attention of someone who has very little else to pay attention to. Tonight was a bad night. Not the worst, because Harry had a scale for these things and tonight didn't rank top 5. Uncle Vernon had hit him twice, once across the shoulder for breaking a glass he hadn't broken, and once with an open hand across the ear for crying about the first one, and then he'd been sent to the cupboard without supper, which was also not unusual. The ear was still ringing faintly. His lip had split on the corner of the counter when he'd stumbled, and it had bled quite a lot for something so small. He'd pressed the hem of his overlarge shirt against it until it mostly stopped. He was sitting with his back against the hot water pipe now, knees drawn up, in the dark. He didn't bother with the light. The single bulb in the cupboard gave off a yellowish glow that somehow made everything feel worse, so he left it off. The dark was easier. His stomach growled. He pressed his knuckles against it absently, the way he'd learned to. Pressure helped, sometimes, and stared at the crack in the wall. He didn't know why he was looking at it. He looked at it most nights. It wasn't interesting. It was just a crack. Except tonight there was something in it. Harry blinked. He leaned forward, which meant shifting off the pipe and letting the cold come back, and he squinted at the crack. There, at the widest point, maybe 4 planks up, where the crack gaped perhaps half a centimeter, something caught what little light was coming under the cupboard door. A glint. Metallic. Small. Harry stared at it for a long moment with the particular careful expression he developed for things that might be tricks. The Dursleys didn't play pranks, they were too straightforward for that, their cruelty being the blunt, unimaginative kind, but the universe in general felt untrustworthy, and Harry had learned to be cautious. Then his stomach growled again, louder, and something in him decided that whatever it was better than sitting in the dark with nothing but hunger and a ringing ear for company. He got up, moved the 3 steps it took to cross the cupboard, and pressed his face close to the crack. The smell of old wood and something metallic, faintly warm. He poked one small finger into the gap and felt, yes, something there. Disc-shaped. Smooth on one face, rough and raised on the other, like it had writing on it. About the size of a large coin, but heavier. It was wedged in deep, and it took him the better part of what felt like 20 minutes, working at it with the tip of his finger, then with the corner of a crayon he found under his cot, then with his finger again, before it shifted, reluctantly, and dropped into his palm. He carried it to the strip of light under the door. It was bronze, he thought, though he didn't know the word bronze precisely, only that it was that dark gold-orange color, darker than a penny, older looking than anything he'd seen before. The smooth side was completely plain. The rough side had markings on it, not letters, not any letters he'd ever seen, but something that felt like writing anyway, intricate and angular, pressed deep into the metal. There was a band of darker material around the rim, almost black, that he couldn't identify. It was warm in his hand. Warmer than it should have been from being inside a wall. Harry turned it over twice, and then he did something that seemed, in retrospect, to be the most consequential thing he'd ever do. He pressed his thumb against the raised markings on the rough side, pressing hard, and the split in his lip had barely scabbed over, and when he pressed his thumb it caught the very edge of a rough engraving and broke the skin just slightly, just enough, and a single small bead of blood welled up and pressed against the bronze. The disc went from warm to hot in under a second. Harry tried to drop it and couldn't. It was stuck to his thumb now, stuck without sticking, no sensation of adhesive but impossible to remove, and then the cupboard went very bright for a half-second, the kind of brightness he felt in his back teeth, and then the floor was gone and everything was gone and there was a sound like the whole world turning inside out. He landed on stone. Not on his feet. He came down mostly sideways, shoulder and hip catching cold marble first, and the impact drove the breath out of him completely. He lay there for a stunned second, staring at a ceiling that was very high and lit by hundreds of flames and brackets on the walls, green flames, which was wrong, which was not a color fire was supposed to be, and then he sat up, gasping, and looked around. He was in a hall. A massive hall. The biggest room he'd ever been in, not that he'd been in many, but this one was extraordinary, even to a 5-year-old who had no vocabulary for extraordinary. The ceiling went up into shadow. The walls were white stone and the floor was white marble and there were long counters stretching the length of the room, dozens of them, made of dark wood polished to a mirror shine. Behind every counter, on high stools, sat creatures that were not human. Harry had never seen anything like them in his life, and yet he looked at them with the particular calm of a child who has never had the luxury of being surprised for long. They were short, shorter than him, some of them, with long clever fingers and pointed ears and faces that were sharp and lean and old in a way that wasn't about wrinkles. They wore fine dark clothes. They had excellent posture. Several of them were staring at him. The hall was nearly empty, the dozens of counters occupied only here and there, the vast marble floor bare, which made sense, Harry supposed, because when he came in he'd had no idea what time it was and it was clearly the middle of the night. He'd arrived in a blaze of light in the center of the main floor of what appeared to be a large bank, and he'd hit the floor hard enough to bruise, and he was 5 and wearing his cousin's too large shirt which still had blood on the hem from his lip, and he had a ringing ear and an empty stomach, and he thought he should probably say something. "Hello," said Harry. The nearest creature, leaning forward on its high stool, sharp eyes fixed on him with an expression that was complicated and unreadable, said nothing for a moment. Then it spoke in a language Harry didn't know, rapid and angular, over its shoulder, and 3 more creatures appeared from somewhere behind the counters. Harry stayed where he was. He looked down at his hand. The bronze disc was sitting in his palm now, no longer stuck, no longer hot. It looked ordinary. He closed his fingers around it. "Child," said the nearest creature, in English, with an accent that sounded like no accent Harry had ever heard, clipped and precise and very slightly contemptuous, which Harry recognized because he lived with people who were contemptuous of him and had learned to read the pitch of it accurately. This contempt felt different, though. Less personal. More professional. "You are in Gringotts Bank. State your name and your business." "Harry," said Harry. "Harry Potter. I don't know what my business is. I found a thing in my wall." The silence that followed was extremely loud. The creature on the stool straightened. Several of the others looked at each other. One of them, older, with longer ears and a face like a carved stone relief, turned very quickly and disappeared through a door behind the counters. The nearest one said, in a voice stripped of inflection, "Do not move. We will be with you momentarily." "All right," said Harry. He didn't move. He sat on the marble floor with his knees crossed and his split lip throbbing gently and waited, because waiting was something he was extremely good at. The creature that came through the door behind the counters, the one that the older goblin had gone to fetch, as became clear, was neither the oldest nor the tallest, but it entered the room with the quality of movement that Harry associated with people who were used to being obeyed. It was wearing very fine clothes, dark green and black, with a chain of office around its neck that was heavy bronze, the same color as the disc in Harry's hand, and its face was sharply defined and completely unreadable. It stopped at the counter nearest to Harry and looked down. Harry looked up. "My name," said the creature, "is Ragnok. Ragnok the younger, senior account manager. House Potter Estate. I have been account manager to the Potter family for 63 years. It paused. Who gave you the disc? No one, said Harry. It was in my wall. In the crack. Ragnok's expression did something complicated. In your wall. In my cupboard. The one under the stairs. Another pause, longer this time. You are Harry James Potter. Yes. You are, how old? 5. I'll be 6 in July. Ragnok stepped down from the platform behind the counter, and Harry revised his initial assessment, because Ragnok was actually quite fast, moving around the end of the counter with efficient, precise steps until he was standing in front of Harry on the main floor. He looked at Harry for a long moment. Harry looked back. Your lip is bleeding, said Ragnok. It was worse before. Something moved behind Ragnok's eyes. He crouched down, which put him approximately at Harry's eye level, and reached out one long-fingered hand palm up. May I see the disc? Harry considered him for a second, then placed the disc in his hand. Ragnok looked at it for a long moment. He turned it over. His expression didn't change, but something about his stillness became a different kind of still, the kind that meant things were happening very fast on the inside. Do you know what this is? He asked. No, said Harry. I thought it was a coin. It is not a coin. Ragnok straightened. This is a Gringotts emergency transit disc. They were forged in the year 1202, under the Accord of Deep Stone, and issued to 17 magical families in Britain as a treaty instrument. They activate on the blood and distress of a registered heir. They are, he paused again, extraordinarily rare. We believed all of them had been lost. Harry thought about that. Lost in walls. Lost in wars. In raids. In the general carelessness of wizards over 8 centuries. Ragnok's gaze came back to him, sharp and assessing. This disc is registered to the Potter family. Your blood activated it. You are here because you were in distress, and the disc recognized your claim. Oh, said Harry. He looked at his thumb, where the tiny cut had already dried. My lip was bleeding. Yes. Ragnok studied his face. Who hurt you? Harry had never been asked that before by anyone, and the directness of it landed somewhere in his chest in a complicated way. He looked at the marble floor for a moment. Then he looked back up. My uncle, he said. But I'm all right. I've been hurt worse. The quality of Ragnok's stillness changed again. Come, he said, and his voice was different now, not softer, exactly, but something else. We will get you something to eat and see to that lip. There are things we need to discuss, Mr. Potter, and I find long conversations are better conducted over food. Harry stood up. He looked around the vast empty hall with its green-flamed brackets and its polished counters. Is this really a bank? It is. It's bigger than I thought banks were. Most things, said Ragnok, moving toward a door and gesturing for Harry to follow, are bigger when you see them for the first time. Harry followed him. The room behind the public hall was nothing like it. Where the main hall was marble and grandeur and designed to impress, this room was functional: stone walls, a long plain table, chairs built for creatures shorter than a standard adult human, a fire in a proper grate burning orange, and shelves of ledgers so thick they looked structural. Ragnok pulled a chair from the table, reversed it so it sat between Harry and the table, and produced a footstool from somewhere so that Harry could actually reach. A younger goblin appeared at the door before Harry had properly sat down, carrying a tray that turned out to hold bread, something that smelled like a rich soup, a cup of something warm, and a small pot of something dark that Ragnok indicated Harry should put on his lip, which stung fiercely for about 10 seconds and then stopped hurting entirely. Harry ate with the focused efficiency of someone who has never been entirely sure when the next meal was coming. Ragnok sat opposite him and said nothing until the soup was half gone, which Harry appreciated. Mr. Potter, said Ragnok then. I need to ask you some questions. Some of them will be personal. I need you to answer honestly. All right, said Harry, around the bread. Where do you live? Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. He'd memorized the address at age 4 because it seemed important to know. And who lives there with you? My uncle and aunt. Vernon and Petunia Desley. And my cousin Dudley. How long have you lived there? Harry thought about it. Always, he said. I don't really remember anywhere else. There's a photo my aunt hides in the kitchen drawer, of my mum and dad before they died, but I don't remember them. Ragnok's expression remained neutral, but his fingers, resting flat on the table, pressed very slightly against the wood. You know your parents died? I know they were killed in a car crash, said Harry. That's what my uncle says. But sometimes I think, he stopped. Think what? Harry looked at him directly. The green fire made sharp shadows in the room, and Ragnok's face was entirely focused on him in a way that felt uncomfortable and also, strangely, like being taken seriously. I think he's lying, said Harry. About the car crash. My uncle lies when he's too angry to think of a good story. Ragnok said nothing for a moment. That is, he said at last, a perceptive observation. He's not very smart, said Harry, in a matter-of-fact tone. He's mean and he's loud and he's big, but he's not smart. He doesn't have to be because everyone does what he says anyway. People often mistake volume for intelligence, said Ragnok. Yes, said Harry. Ragnok reached under the table and produced a ledger, not the thick structural ones from the shelves, but a slimmer one, bound in dark leather with a brass clasp, and set it on the table. Mr. Potter. I need to explain to you what this place is and what your connection to it is, so that you understand what comes next. Is that acceptable? Yes, said Harry, and pulled the cup of warm something toward him. It tasted like hot chocolate but smoother, and he decided he approved of Gringotts strongly. Gringotts is the Wizarding Bank, said Ragnok. It operates under Goblin law, which is older and in many respects stricter than the law of the Ministry of Magic. We hold vaults for old families, among them your family, the House of Potter, which is an ancient and noble house under Wizarding classification. Your family has held accounts at Gringotts for 11 generations. Harry processed this. My family has money here. Your family has considerable wealth here. In gold, in property deeds, in artifacts, in heirlooms. Ragnok opened the ledger to a page near the middle. What I am about to show you is a summary of the Potter estate as of tonight. He turned the ledger to face Harry. Harry looked at the numbers on the page. They were very large. He wasn't an expert on money, he didn't have any, but even at 5 he could count, and those were very large numbers. That's mine, he said. It belongs to the House of Potter, which you are the sole heir of. Yes. Harry turned the cup around in his hands. He thought about the cupboard. The hot water pipe. The crack in the wall. He thought about the school he would start in September, where they had him registered as Potter, Harry, and where Dudley already went and already had friends who laughed at Harry's clothes. Why am I living in a cupboard, he said. It came out flat, not angry, not hurt, just a question, because it was genuinely a question that now had a glaring logical answer missing. Ragnok was quiet for several seconds. The fire popped. That, he said, is something I intend to find out. Tonight, if possible. He paused. Mr. Potter. I need you to understand that what I am about to do, what I am proposing, falls outside our standard procedure. Gringotts does not typically involve itself in the custodial arrangements of its clients' heirs. But the emergency transit disk activated for a reason. Goblin law, specifically the Accord of Deep Stone, obligates us, when the disk activates, to render full aid and protection to the activated heir until such time as the heir confirms their safety. He held Harry's gaze. You are not safe. No, said Harry, agreeably. Not really. I intend to conduct a full estate audit tonight, said Ragnok. It will take some time. You may sleep here if you need to, there are rooms. But I thought you should know what was happening. Harry looked at him. What does an audit find? Everything, said Ragnok. Every transaction made on the Potter accounts for the past 6 years. Every withdrawal, every access, every document filed with or against the estate. Every guardian arrangement, legal and otherwise. His expression was contained, professional, with something moving behind it that Harry couldn't name. If anything has been done that should not have been done, we will see it. Harry put the cup down. He looked at the ledger page with the very large numbers. He looked at his hands, too small, bitten nails, a bruise across the knuckle of his right hand from where he'd caught it on the door frame last week. All right, he said. Do the audit. Very good. Ragnok stood, took the ledger, and paused. Mr. Potter. How did you come to be awake in the middle of the night? I was hungry, said Harry. And my ear was ringing from where he hit me, so I couldn't sleep. I was looking at the wall. Ragnok nodded once, as if this confirmed something he already suspected, and moved to the door. He paused again with his hand on the frame. There is more bread on the tray. And the door locks from the inside. He left. Harry sat in the room with the orange fire and the structural ledgers, eating the rest of the bread, and felt, for the first time he could remember, completely safe. He fell asleep in the chair, eventually, and woke up to find someone had put a blanket over him and moved a low stool under his feet and left a second cup of the hot chocolate-adjacent drink on the table. The fire had been banked. The room smelled like stone and old paper and something metallic that reminded him of the disc, which was back in his pocket. Through the door, which was ajar, he could hear voices. Goblin voices, rapid and angular, and occasionally a deeper voice speaking in the same language. Harry sat up, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the gap in the door. After a moment he got up, crossed the room on quiet feet, and listened. He couldn't understand the words, but he could understand tone, and tone was saying, something significant has been found, and people are unhappy about it, and there is disagreement about what to do. He pushed the door open and went through. The corridor outside was stone-walled and lit by the same green-flamed brackets, and it led back toward the main hall, and partway along there was a broader room, an office, it looked like, or a conference room, with the door open and light spilling out. Harry walked to it and stopped in the doorway. Ragnok was there, and 3 other goblins Harry hadn't seen before, and they were standing around a table covered in ledgers and scrolls and something that looked like a 3-dimensional diagram of some kind, a model, in miniature, of vaults or corridors. All 4 of them looked up when Harry appeared. Mr. Potter, said Ragnok. I heard voices, said Harry. Did you find something? Ragnok looked at the others. Some exchange happened that Harry couldn't read. Then he said, yes. Come in and sit down. Harry came in and sat down. The goblins remained standing, which meant they were all taller than him, which meant he tilted his head back to look at Ragnok and said, what? Ragnok placed a document on the table in front of Harry. It was dense with text, official-looking, stamped and sealed, and Harry could read reasonably well for 5, thanks to having taught himself, but this had vocabulary he didn't know. He looked at it and then back up. Tell me, he said. I can't read all of it. Ragnok nodded. The Potter estate, as of the night your parents died, he began. How did my parents die? Said Harry. Another exchange of looks. Then Ragnok said, that is a longer conversation. I want to give you the account overview first. My uncle says car crash. Your uncle, said Ragnok, is wrong. Harry felt something sharp and specific settle in his chest. Not surprise, not quite, but the satisfaction of having suspected something and being right. I knew he was lying, he said. We will discuss it. The estate first. Ragnok set his hands flat on the table. The Potter estate, at the time of your parents' deaths, was valued at a sum roughly 4 times what is currently held in the main vault. In the months after their deaths, 9 separate withdrawals were made, authorized by a temporary custodial agreement. "Someone took my money," said Harry. "A significant portion of it, yes." The custodial agreement was authorized by a ministry official and countersigned by the executor of the Potter estate. He paused. "The executor and the ministry official are the same man." Harry waited. "Albus Dumbledore," said Ragnok. Harry didn't know who that was, but something about the way the room felt when Ragnok said it told him it was important. What did he do with it? On the surface, the withdrawals are labeled as estate expenses. Legal fees. Property maintenance. Trust accounts established for your welfare. Ragnok's voice remained entirely level. However, when we cross-reference the documented amounts against the documented services, the legal fees claimed against work actually conducted, the property maintenance costs against properties actually maintained, there are discrepancies. "He took money that wasn't his and wrote fake reasons," said Harry. Ragnok blinked. "Essentially, yes." "How much?" Ragnok told him. Harry sat with it for a moment. It was a number large enough that he had to ask, "Is that a lot?" "For a reference point," said one of the other goblins, older, with a face like a stone cliff, "it would be enough to build a moderate-sized manor house." 3 times. Harry nodded slowly. He looked at the table. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs and the single 60-watt bulb and the way his aunt bought him clothes from the charity bin not because she couldn't afford better but because she wanted to make sure he knew he wasn't worth better. He thought about very large numbers in a ledger. "All right," he said. "What else?" Ragnok looked at him for a moment. "Most children," he said, "would be crying right now. Would it change anything?" "No." "Then I'll do it later." Harry met his gaze steadily. "What else?" Something changed in Ragnok's expression. Not softened, Ragnok did not look like a being given to softening, but something shifted, something realigned, the way a very finely calibrated instrument adjusts when it encounters something precise. "The guardianship arrangement," he said. "Your parents will designate it a primary guardian." He paused. "Sirius Black." Harry didn't know that name either. "But I'm not with him." "No. Sirius Black was arrested the night your parents died. He is currently imprisoned in Azkaban." "Did he do something wrong?" "He was accused of doing something wrong. There is a distinction." Ragnok's voice was careful. "He was accused of betraying your parents to the man who killed them, and of subsequently killing 12 people in a public street. He was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment." "But," said Harry, because there was clearly a but. Ragnok looked at him steadily. "He was convicted without a trial." The room was very quiet. Harry turned this over carefully, the way he turned over all pieces of information he didn't fully have the tools to understand yet, placing them where he could find them again. "That's wrong," he said. "It is highly irregular under both wizarding and goblin law. So my real guardian is in prison for something he might not have done, and instead I'm living with my uncle who hits me, and someone is taking my money." Harry paused. "Who put me with my uncle?" "Albus Dumbledore," said Ragnok. Harry sat quietly with this for a long moment. The fire in the office was orange, not green, and it was warm, and he could hear the vast nighttime quiet of the bank around them, and he was 5 years old and had never had anyone take him seriously in his life, and right now 4 goblins were standing around a table explaining to him the shape of the injustice he'd been born into. "Okay," he said at last. Ragnok waited. "I'm not going back," said Harry. "To Privet Drive. I'm not going back there." "That," Ragnok began. "I know it's complicated," said Harry, and he did know, without knowing the specifics, because all things that should be simple were complicated when adults were involved. "But I'm not going back. My parents had a will and the will said Sirius Black and I should be with Sirius Black. The will wasn't followed. That's wrong. That should be fixed. And while it's being fixed I should stay somewhere that isn't a cupboard." He looked at Ragnok directly. Can I stay here? Here, said Ragnok. At Gringotts? You said the disc obliges you to render aid and protection until I confirm I'm safe. I'm not safe. So technically you have to. The three other goblins looked at Ragnok. Ragnok looked at Harry. There was a long silence. You are 5 years old, said Ragnok, in a tone that was not, Harry thought, entirely disapproving. Yes, said Harry. But I'm right. Ragnok was quiet for another moment, and then he said something in Goblin language to the three others, short and decisive, and two of them left the room with the efficient speed of people who have been given a clear task. The third one, the cliff-faced one, stayed, and Ragnok sat down across from Harry, something he'd done before when he wanted to be at eye level, and Harry recognized it as deliberate. There is a provision, said Ragnok, in the Accord of Deep Stone. We do not advertise it. It has not been used in approximately 400 years. But it exists. He folded his hands on the table. If an activated heir is determined to be in danger from their current custodial arrangement, Gringotts can file what is called a protectorate claim on behalf of the heir. It does not transfer guardianship. Goblins are not permitted to be legal guardians of wizarding children under current ministry law, but it does establish that the heir is under Gringotts' direct protection, and the current custodial arrangement is flagged for immediate review. Which means they can't send me back. Not immediately. Not without the ministry conducting a full investigation into the custodial arrangement, which, given what we have found tonight in the estate records, would be uncomfortable for certain parties. Harry nodded slowly. He understood the shape of leverage even if he didn't know the word. Do it, he said. Ragnok looked at him steadily. You understand that this will cause significant disruption. The ministry will be involved. The people who currently control your estate will be notified. This, he paused, this will make powerful people very unhappy. Good, said Harry. Ragnok was quiet for a moment. Good, he repeated, and something in his voice was very nearly amused, and very nearly something else. He stood. I will need you to press your thumb against this. He produced a document, formal and dense and sealed at the top with a wax emblem. Your blood as a Potter heir ratifies the claim. Harry pressed his thumb against it without hesitation. The document shimmered faintly, the seal glowing for just a moment like an ember. Very well, said Ragnok. You are under the protectorate of Gringotts, Mr. Potter. He looked at him for a moment. We should get you back to sleep. There is a room, a proper one, with a proper bed, on the third level of the eastern corridor. It has been used before by clients in need of short-term accommodation. It will be made up. All right, said Harry. He slid off the chair. He was very tired all of a sudden, with the deep heavy tiredness of a day that had been very long and very full. His ear had mostly stopped ringing. His lip didn't hurt at all anymore. He picked up the bronze disc from the table where he'd put it and held it in his fist. He looked up at Ragnok. The man who killed my parents, he said. What happened to him? Ragnok looked at him for a moment. He was destroyed, he said carefully. The night your parents died. But not permanently. There are indications, in certain dark magic diagnostics we conducted with the estate records, that he may still exist in some form. Harry absorbed this. So he's not dead. Not entirely. Harry nodded. This was also information to put somewhere he could find it later. He was 5 and he was tired, and the problem of a not entirely dead Dark Lord was not one he could address tonight, and he knew the difference between a problem to act on immediately and a problem to know about and wait for. Okay, he said. Show me the room. Ragnok looked down at him, and Harry looked up, and something passed between them in that moment that neither of them had a name for yet, something that was the very beginning of a thing that would take years to fully grow, but which was already, in this first night, unmistakably real. Follow me, said Ragnok. Harry followed him through the greenlit corridors of Gringotts, past shelves of ledgers and rooms full of quiet industry and the distant sound of carts on rails somewhere deep in the earth, all the way to a narrow corridor on the third level of the eastern section, where a door opened into a room small and stone-walled but warm, with a bed that had actual thick blankets and a window that showed, somehow, impossibly, not the underground dark it should have shown, but a moving image of stars. Harry stood in the doorway looking at the stars for a moment. "They're a comfort enchantment," said Ragnok, from behind him. "Some of our clients find the underground claustrophobic." "I like it," said Harry. He turned around. "Thank you," he said, and meant it precisely and completely, without the reflexive flinching quality that thanks usually had when you'd been taught that gratitude was something you owed people. This was different. This was actual. Ragnok stood in the doorway for a moment. "Sleep," he said. "Tomorrow is going to be complicated." "Most things are," said Harry. He went in. The door closed softly. He sat on the bed, the proper, thick-blanketed bed, and took the bronze disc out of his pocket and held it in both hands. It was warm again. Or maybe that was just his hands. He lay back, disc still in his fist, and looked at the enchanted stars until sleep pulled him under, gentle and complete. Somewhere above him, in the high vaulted halls of Gringotts Bank, the most efficient financial institution in the wizarding world, began the very serious business of unraveling 6 years of careful, systematic injustice, and the people who had built that injustice, sleeping soundly in their comfortable beds across wizarding Britain, had absolutely no idea that a 5-year-old with a split lip and an empty stomach had just pulled the first thread. Chapter 2, the name on the stone. Harry woke to the sound of something being slid under the door. He lay still for a moment, listening, the way he always did, cataloging. Stone ceiling. Orange firelight. The soft moving stars in the window that weren't real stars. The smell of old metal and something like bread and the faint mineral cold of deep earth. Not Privet Drive. Right. He remembered. He got up and looked at what had been slid under the door. It was a folded piece of parchment, and on the outside, in a handwriting that was angular and very precise, it said, "Mr. Potter, breakfast is available in the second room on the left. Take your time." Harry folded it back up, put it in his pocket next to the bronze disc, and went to find the bathroom, which turned out to be across the narrow corridor and somewhat alarming. The taps were shaped like dragons and the hot water came out greenish, though it was perfectly normal hot water, and then he found the second room on the left, and ate the breakfast that was there. There was nobody in the room with him, which he appreciated. He'd been watched while eating at Privet Drive, watched and occasionally criticized, and eating alone was a pleasure he'd never quite been able to name until now. He was halfway through something that tasted like eggs but wasn't quite eggs when Nala appeared. She didn't knock. She came through the door the way someone enters a room they have decided belongs to them, carrying a ledger under one arm and what looked like a rolled-up length of parchment under the other, and she stopped when she saw Harry and looked at him with sharp black eyes that were assessing in the specific, focused way of someone who spends most of their time looking at written information and has learned to read other things the same way. She was young for a goblin, anyway, which Harry didn't fully understand yet but which was somehow legible in the same way that young for a human was legible even to other humans. Not a child, but not old. Her clothes were less fine than Ragnok's, more practical, dark trousers, a plain tunic, ink stains on the fingers of her right hand. "You're smaller than I thought," she said. "I'm 5, said Harry. "I know how old you are. I've been reading your file since 3 this morning." She dropped the ledger and the parchment on the table with the comfortable disregard of someone who treats all surfaces as potentially workspaces. "I'm Nala Sharpstone. I work in the archive. Ragnok asked me to compile the full Potter estate history." "Did you find more things?" said Harry. "Many things." She pulled out the chair across from him and sat in it, which put her at approximately his height, and looked at him steadily. "Are you always this calm?" "I don't know," said Harry. "I don't have much to compare it to." Nala looked at him for another moment, then appeared to reach some internal conclusion, because she opened the ledger and said, "The things I found. Do you want the summary or the details? Details, said Harry. But in words I'll understand. I'm 5. You read. Yes, but not legal documents. The words are too long. Fair. She flattened the ledger open to a page dense with entries. Your family has been a client of Gringotts for 11 generations. In that time there have been 3 previous occasions where the estate was managed by an external party, twice during war, once because of an illness in the family. Each of those occasions is documented in full. Proper authorization, proper accounting, proper return of assets when the crisis passed. She turned the ledger to face him, though she kept talking because he clearly couldn't read it. What happened 6 years ago is different. The authorization documents exist, but they were filed with unusual speed, within 4 days of your parents' deaths, and signed by only 2 parties when the Potter Charter requires 3. Who are the 3 supposed to be? The ministry executor, the Gringotts account manager, and, she paused, a family witness. A blood relative or designated magical guardian. They didn't get the 3rd signature, said Harry. No. There was no family witness signature. The space on the document is filled with a notation saying, no surviving family member available for witness. But, she turned another page, that notation is false. As of the date those documents were filed, there were 2 people who qualified as family witnesses under Potter Charter law. Harry put down his fork. Who? Sirius Black. And Petunia Dursley. Harry looked at her. My aunt. Your mother's sister. She qualifies as a family witness by blood. Nala's expression was very controlled, but something in it was sharp-edged and angry in the clean way that people who care about accuracy are angry when accuracy has been deliberately violated. She signed no such document. Which means either she was not asked, or she was asked and refused, and in either case the notation on the document is a lie. And Sirius Black was arrested, said Harry. The night before the documents were filed. Harry sat back in his chair. He was 5, and the mechanics of what Nala was describing were complex, but the shape of it was clear: a man arrested, a sister not asked, a document filed 4 days later with a false notation, and a child placed in a cupboard. Ragnok said someone took money from the estate, he said. 9 withdrawals over the first year. Then smaller, more regular ones, quarterly, for the past 4 years. All signed by the same party. Dumbledore. Yes. Nala looked at him carefully. Do you know who he is? Not yet. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, said Nala, with the clean precise delivery of someone reading from a file, is the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a former chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and the holder of the Order of Merlin, first class. He is widely considered to be the most powerful and respected wizard alive. She paused. He is also, based on the documentation I've been reviewing since 3 o'clock this morning, the person who has been managing your estate with incomplete authorization and filing what amounts to fraudulent notations in official documents. Harry was quiet for a moment. Is he evil? He asked. Nala considered this, which he appreciated. She didn't answer immediately, didn't give him the easy version. She thought about it. I don't think so, she said finally. Evil is usually simpler. What I see in these records is someone who was certain he was doing the right thing and arranged the paperwork to match what he'd already decided. She closed the ledger. Which, in my opinion, is more dangerous than simple evil, because simple evil knows what it is. Harry thought about this. He thought about his uncle, who was loud and mean but straightforward about it. Vernon Dursley's cruelty came with no pretense of benevolence. And he thought about the shape of something worse, something that hurt you while being entirely convinced it was helping. I want to see my vault, he said. Nala blinked. Sorry. The money. My family's vault. Can I see it? She looked at him for a moment. I'll take you, she said, and stood up. The carts were extraordinary. Harry had never been on anything faster than a bus, and the bus had been slow and smelled of other people, and the cart was neither of those things. It plunged into the depths of Gringotts on rails that curved and dropped and switched without warning, and the green-flamed torches on the tunnel walls became streaks of light, and the air was cold and mineral and vast, and Harry held the edges of the cart and felt his stomach drop away and something that was pure, uncomplicated delight take its place. Nala sat across from him, ankles crossed, entirely unbothered, watching him with the expression of someone who finds other people's first cart rides mildly entertaining. "Does it always go this fast?" Harry shouted over the wind. "Faster for the deeper vaults," she shouted back. They were going considerably faster by the time they reached Vault 687, which was a number that meant nothing to Harry until Nala explained that vaults with lower numbers were older and deeper and more significant, and his family's main vault was number 43, but they were starting with the secondary vault for the audit paperwork. The secondary vault, Harry thought, was plenty. It was full of gold, not piled dramatically like in a story, but organized. Shelves of it. Ordered stacks of coins in different sizes and colors, gold and silver and bronze, and the scale of it was difficult to process. Harry walked in and stood in the middle of it and turned around slowly. "This is the secondary vault," he said. "Yes." "What does the main vault look like?" "We're not going to the main vault today. Ragnok wants to do a full inventory check first, so that we have a documented baseline." Harry turned around again, looking. "Nala. How much was taken?" She handed him a number on a slip of parchment. He read it, and the number had many digits. "That's from here," she said. "From the secondary vault." The main vault withdrawals were, she paused, more complex. Some were in objects rather than gold. Heirlooms. Family artifacts. "We're still tracing those." Harry looked at the number on the parchment. He looked at the organized shelves of gold. Something cold and precise settled in him, the same feeling he got when he looked at a problem that had a solution and worked out the path to the solution, not rage, not grief, but something more useful. Clarity. "We're getting it back," he said. It wasn't a question. "Ragnok is filing the recovery claim today." Nala looked at him with something approaching respect. "It will be complex. And public." "Good," said Harry, and pocketed the slip of parchment. Ragnok was in his office when they returned, the formal office, not the conference room, a room of dark wood and precisely arranged documents with a window that was actual stone wall and a desk that looked like it had been there for 2 centuries. He was writing when Harry and Nala came in, and he held up one finger without looking up, which Harry respected. He finished writing, set the quill down with precision, and looked up. "How was the vault?" he said. "Impressive," said Harry. "And Nala told me about the signatures. The missing third signature." Ragnok nodded. "We are filing 3 separate documents with the ministry today. The first is the protectorate claim we activated last night. It has been formalized and witnessed." He laid a document on the desk facing Harry. It had the stamp he recognized from last night, and his own thumbprint in dried brown on the bottom. The second is an estate irregularity notification, citing the incomplete authorization and the false notation regarding family witnesses. Another document. The third is a recovery claim for the withdrawals. That one is considerably thicker. He placed a sheaf on the desk that was at least 2 centimeters thick, stamped and bound with ribbon. Harry looked at the 3 documents. "When they get those," he said, "what happens?" "Officially, the ministry must respond within 5 working days. They will be required to explain the custodial arrangement, review the guardian placement, and acknowledge the estate irregularities." Ragnok folded his hands. "Unofficially, it will cause considerable disruption. These documents go to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and to the Wisengamot clerk's office. There is no way to keep them quiet." "Dumbledore will know," said Harry. "He will know by this afternoon. He has connections in both offices." Harry nodded. "Will he come here?" "Almost certainly." Ragnok looked at him steadily. He is not someone who delegates when he considers something important. And you, Mr. Potter, are something he considers very important. Harry sat in the chair across the desk. Tell me more about him, he said. Before he comes. I want to understand him. Ragnok and Nala exchanged a glance. Then Nala sat down too, opened her ledger, and started talking. What emerged over the next 2 hours was a portrait built from documents and public records and Gringotts' own substantial institutional memory, and it was, as Nala had said, not the portrait of a villain. Albus Dumbledore had been the dominant magical force in Britain for 60 years. He'd defeated a dark wizard called Grindelwald in 1945. He'd built Hogwarts into its modern form. He'd fought Voldemort, the man who'd killed Harry's parents, on multiple fronts for over a decade, losing people he cared about, making decisions under pressure that had cost him things he never recovered. The portrait was of someone who had spent a very long time carrying enormous weight and had become, over those years, quietly convinced that his ability to see the larger picture meant that his decisions were always correct. He put me with the Dursleys on purpose, said Harry. It wasn't a question either. The documents suggest he believed it was necessary, said Ragnok. There is a magical protection element, your mother's sacrifice, the blood bond, that he believed was most effectively anchored at your mother's sister's home. She hates me. He may not have known the degree to which, he left me there for 6 years, said Harry. He's the most powerful wizard alive. He runs a school. He has connections in the ministry. He managed my estate. And he left a 5-year-old in a cupboard under the stairs for 6 years. He looked at Ragnok. He knew. Maybe not everything. But he knew enough and he chose not to look closely. Ragnok was quiet for a long moment. Yes, he said. I believe that is accurate. And he'll come here, said Harry, and he'll explain that it was necessary. And he'll believe it. Yes. And he'll think I'm too young to understand. Almost certainly. Harry looked at the 3 documents on the desk. He thought about what it meant to be 5 in a world full of people who thought 5 was too young to understand anything important, and who were making decisions about your life on that assumption, and how that assumption was both completely understandable and also, given the evidence, completely wrong. When he comes, said Harry, I want to be there. I had assumed as much, said Ragnok. The ministry responded in 2 hours, not 5 days. That alone said something. Ragnok showed Harry the response scroll, official ministry parchment, purple ink, the seal of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, with the measured calm of someone who had expected it and was nonetheless taking note. The response was courteous and bureaucratic and essentially said, we acknowledge receipt. We will investigate. The protectorate claim is noted. Please expect a ministry representative within 24 hours. What arrived within 4 hours was not a ministry representative. It was Albus Dumbledore. Harry knew it before anyone said anything because the quality of activity in the corridors outside Ragnok's office changed, a slight increase in movement, a particular sharpening of posture among the goblins he passed in the corridor, and then Ragnok's door opened and another goblin said 3 words in goblin language and Ragnok stood up. He's here, said Harry. He is. Harry put down the document he'd been reading, a summary of the Potter family history, going back 4 generations, which Nala had translated into plain language for him and which had been genuinely interesting, and looked at Ragnok. In here, he said. I thought the main meeting room, said Ragnok. More space. More formal. In here, said Harry. Your office. It's yours. It means something. Ragnok looked at him for a moment. Then, in here. He went out to receive the guest, and Harry stayed in the chair, and sat up straight, and waited. He heard them before he saw them, Ragnok's voice in the corridor, clipped and professional, and another voice responding, warm, measured, careful. It was a good voice. A voice that had been used, Harry thought, to saying difficult things in a way that made them easier to receive, for a very long time. Then the door opened. Albus Dumbledore was tall. That was the first thing. He was very tall, and old in the way that ancient things were old, not decrepit but layered, and he had a long white beard and half-moon spectacles and robes of deep blue embroidered with something silver, and his eyes were blue and very bright, and they went immediately to Harry. Harry looked back. For a moment neither of them spoke. Dumbledore looked at the 5-year-old sitting in the chair across from the account manager's desk, and whatever he had been expecting, it wasn't quite what he found, and the adjustment was visible in the slight shift of his expression before he controlled it. "Harry," said Dumbledore. His voice was warm, gentle, and it did something, reached for something, in a way that Harry noticed and filed away and chose not to follow. "My dear boy." "Hello," said Harry. Dumbledore's gaze moved across Harry's face, the fading split lip, the careful way Harry held himself, the absence of the tears or fear that a 5-year-old woken in a strange place and confronted by a tall stranger should perhaps be showing, and something moved in the old man's eyes that looked very much like pain. "I'm glad you're safe," said Dumbledore, and he meant it, Harry thought. He actually meant it. "I'm safer than I was," said Harry. "Please sit down." Something flickered across Dumbledore's face at the hosting language from a 5-year-old, and he sat in the chair Ragnok indicated, and Ragnok took the chair beside Harry, and the three of them arranged themselves around the desk. "Ragnok," said Dumbledore. "I'd like to speak with Harry privately, if possible." "I'm afraid that's not possible," said Ragnok, in the pleasant, immovable tone of someone who has never in their life been moved by social pressure. "Mr. Potter is 5 years old, Mr. Potter activated an emergency transit disk and filed a protectorate claim," said Ragnok. "Under the Accord of Deep Stone, he is entitled to have his designated representative present in all formal discussions." "Designated representative," Dumbledore repeated. "Me," said Ragnok. Dumbledore looked at Harry. "Harry. I'd like to explain, you put me in a cupboard," said Harry. The words came out flat and factual, and they landed that way, not as an accusation thrown in anger, which might have been deflectable, but as a simple statement of documented truth, which was not. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Your aunt and uncle have a home with a cupboard under the stairs, yes?" "I understood you had a room." "No," said Harry. "The cupboard under the stairs is where I sleep. Has been since I can remember. My cousin Dudley has 2 bedrooms. I have the cupboard." He said it without bitterness, which somehow made it worse. "Also my uncle hits me. Not very hard, usually. Just enough to make a point." A muscle moved in Dumbledore's jaw. "I didn't know, you didn't look," said Harry. "Ragnok says you're very smart. And you had 6 years. So I think you probably knew enough that looking closely would have been uncomfortable, and you chose not to." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Long enough that Harry started to think he'd actually managed to surprise him, which was an interesting thing to do to the most powerful wizard alive. "You are very perceptive," said Dumbledore, quietly. "For someone your age." "I've had to be," said Harry. Dumbledore set his hands on the desk between them, open, deliberate, the gesture of a man choosing honesty. "Harry. I made choices about your upbringing that I believed, that I still believe, were necessary. The protection afforded by your mother's blood sacrifice, anchored to your aunt's home, is real and powerful. It has kept you safe from Voldemort," said Harry, because Nala had told him, and he had decided before Dumbledore walked through the door that he would say the name, because names were not things to be afraid of. Dumbledore blinked. Most people, Harry would eventually understand, did not say that name. Dumbledore himself was one of the few who did, and finding a 5-year-old using it without flinching clearly landed oddly. "From Voldemort," Dumbledore confirmed. "Who is not gone. Not permanently. The protection is vital, Harry." "Can the protection be moved?" said Harry. Dumbledore paused. "Not simply, no. It is anchored to, but it could be," said Harry. "If someone worked on it. You're the best wizard alive. Could you create a similar protection somewhere else, if you worked at it? In theory, with time, so the protection needed to be at my aunt's house because you hadn't gotten around to making a different option. Harry looked at him evenly. Not because it was the only option. Dumbledore was quiet again. The bright blue eyes were very focused on Harry, and now there was something new in them, not pain, not quite surprise, but something slower and more careful. Something recalibrating. You are going to be complicated, said Dumbledore, very quietly. Probably, said Harry. What did you do with my money? Dumbledore blinked at the gear shift. The estate funds were used for legitimate. Ragnok found discrepancies between what the documents say and what actually happened, said Harry. The legal fees claimed against work actually done. The maintenance costs. The trust accounts. Were there trust accounts? A pause. There were administrative accounts, that I would have access to when I'm old enough. The funds were managed with your interests in mind. But I wouldn't have access to them. Harry, you're 5, I'm asking about when I'm 17. Or 11. Is there a trust account with my name on it that I can access? Dumbledore looked at Ragnok. Ragnok looked at Dumbledore with the specific expression of a goblin who has all the relevant documents and is content to let the silence do the work. There is not, said Dumbledore at last. The funds were absorbed into estate management costs. So you took money that wasn't yours, said Harry, and spent it on things you decided were important, and didn't tell me or create any access for me. He paused. Why? Because you were a baby. I'm not a baby now. I've been 5 for a while. You still didn't create a trust account. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he did something Harry hadn't expected. He leaned back slightly, and something shifted in the careful, managed quality of his expression, and he said, quietly and with what sounded like genuine honesty, I have been managing many things, Harry. I have perhaps not attended to each of them with the care each deserved. It was an almost apology. Not quite. But close enough to be interesting. Sirius Black, said Harry. Dumbledore's expression changed again, tightening around something. Sirius Black is a dangerous, he wasn't tried, said Harry. He was my parents' guardian choice for me. He was arrested the night they died and imprisoned without a trial. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. You're a former chief warlock of the Wizengamot. Did you know? The silence stretched long enough to be an answer. I believed him guilty, said Dumbledore carefully. Did you know there was no trial? I believed, the evidence at the time was, did you know, said Harry, again, quiet and flat. Dumbledore looked at him. Yes, he said at last. I knew. Harry nodded slowly. He'd thought so. He wasn't surprised, and he didn't let himself be angry, not because he didn't feel it, but because anger right now was less useful than clarity, and he was very clear. I want him out, said Harry. I want Sirius Black given a trial. He's my family's choice of guardian and he's been in prison for 6 years without a trial, and that's wrong, and I want it fixed. Harry. If he's guilty, then a trial will prove that, said Harry. And if he's not, he shouldn't be there. Either way there should be a trial. He held Dumbledore's gaze. You know that. You're not a person who believes in skipping trials. So why haven't you done anything? Dumbledore was quiet. Because he was convenient to believe guilty, said Harry. Because if he'd been exonerated he'd have had legal claim as my guardian and your arrangement wouldn't have worked. The silence in the room was very complete. Harry looked at Dumbledore, who was looking back at him with an expression that Harry couldn't fully read but that had the quality of a man encountering something he wasn't prepared for and being, in some deep part of himself, not entirely unhappy about it, which was strange, and interesting, and Harry filed it away. I'm not going back to Privet Drive, said Harry. Harry, the protection, Ragnok and I have filed the protectorate claim. I'm staying here while the custodial arrangement is reviewed. He paused. You can argue about the protection magic with Ragnok. He's very good at this. I'll find something to read. Dumbledore's beard moved slightly, which might have been something almost like a smile, suppressed. And if I disagree with this arrangement? You can file a counterclaim with the ministry, said Ragnok, smoothly. Which will require a full hearing, at which point all documents related to the estate management, the incomplete authorization, and the custodial history will be entered into evidence. He tilted his head very slightly. It would be a public hearing. Dumbledore looked at Ragnok. Ragnok looked back with the serene confidence of a being who has done this for 60 years and currently holds all the relevant documents. You have, said Dumbledore slowly, thought this through very carefully. Nala helped, said Harry. She's been up since 3. Something genuinely unexpected happened then. Dumbledore looked at Harry, really looked, in the way that the old man probably rarely had to do because most people either feared him or revered him, and neither required actual looking, and his expression settled into something that was tired and warm and complicated and honest. Your parents, said Dumbledore, would be very proud of you. Harry looked at him and felt the truth of it, which was different from the pain of it, which was different from the use he suspected Dumbledore was making of it. Tell me about them, he said. And Dumbledore, who was a great many things both admirable and not, told him. Not the political version. Not the useful version. He talked about James Potter's laugh, which was loud and contagious and usually happened when it was least appropriate. He talked about Lily Evans, who had been Muggle-born and brilliant and had made Dumbledore himself reconsider arguments he'd held for decades on 2 separate occasions. He talked about the two of them together, the fierce way they loved, the fierce way they fought, the absolute completeness of their trust in each other, and Harry sat and listened and let the words build something inside him that was not grief yet, because he hadn't known them well enough to grieve them, but was something adjacent. The first stones of something that would take a long time to fully build. When Dumbledore stopped, Harry was quiet for a moment. Thank you, he said. Dumbledore nodded. I still want Sirius Black to have a trial, said Harry. And I'm still not going back to Privet Drive. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Then he looked at Ragnok. Then, with the careful deliberation of a very intelligent man choosing which hill to actually die on, he said, I will not oppose the Protectorate claim. On the matter of Sirius Black, I will need to consider the implications carefully before, consider it carefully somewhere else, said Harry pleasantly. And let Ragnok know when you've decided. This time Dumbledore's beard definitely moved. He stood, and his height came back, and he was magnificent and ancient and deeply complicated, and he looked down at Harry with an expression that contained, Harry thought, something genuinely approaching respect, and also something that looked very much like wariness. I will visit again, said Dumbledore. You're welcome here, said Harry. Ragnok will arrange it. Dumbledore put on his hat, a tall, slightly battered thing that should have looked absurd and didn't, and moved to the door, and paused. Harry, he said, without turning. The protection on your aunt's house. I will begin working on an alternative. A pause. I should have done so earlier. He left. The door clicked shut behind him. Harry let out a breath that was not quite a sigh and not quite a laugh but somewhere between them, and looked at Ragnok. He's going to be difficult, said Harry. Yes, said Ragnok. Though not, I think, in the way I expected. He actually cares, said Harry. That makes him harder to deal with than if he didn't. Ragnok studied him. Yes, he said again, in a different tone. It does. He paused. You held that conversation very well. I was scared, said Harry. Ragnok raised an eyebrow. Goblins had very expressive eyebrows. On the inside, said Harry. He's very much. But I had all the documents, and you were there, and I knew what I needed to say. He looked at his hands. My ears stopped ringing this morning. First time in 2 days. Ragnok was quiet for a moment. Then, very carefully, as though placing something fragile on an uncertain surface, he said, "you are staying here for the foreseeable future. I've arranged the room on the 3rd level for long-term accommodation. There are more appropriate furnishings being brought. Nala will continue working on the estate documents, and she has, a pause, a very small one, offered to teach you to read the archival notation system. If you're interested." Harry looked up. "She offered that?" She said, and I quote, "The child is annoyingly quick and it's going to be faster to just teach him properly than to keep translating." I took this as a sign of approval. In Nala's case it is one. Harry smiled for the first time. It changed his whole face, cracked it open, made him look his age and simultaneously older. "Yes," he said. "I'm interested." Ragnok stood, gathered his documents, and moved to the door. Paused. "There is one more thing," he said, with a care that told Harry it was not, in fact, a small thing at all. He moved to one of the large shelves and retrieved a flat box, dark wood, unadorned, which he set on the desk. Harry looked at it. "What is it?" "Open it." Harry lifted the lid. Inside, on a bed of dark cloth, was a stone. A piece of stone, not large, about the size of his open palm, flat and roughly triangular, and on one face, carved in letters that were old but legible, was a name. Potter. "It is from the ancestral marker vault," said Ragnok. "A naming stone. Every ancient family has one. When a Potter heir is formally recognized by Gringotts, either at birth, or at first blood recognition, their full name is added." He paused. "Yours has not been added yet. You were never formally recognized because the paperwork was never filed. I would like, with your permission, to file it today." Harry looked at the stone. At his family name, carved in ancient letters, worn smooth at the edges by centuries and the hands of every account manager who had tended the Potter family before Ragnok. He thought about Privet Drive. About the cupboard and the crack in the wall and the hot water pipe. About the bronze disc that was in his pocket right now, warm against his leg. He thought about the fact that he had a name on a stone in a vault and nobody had ever told him. "Yes," he said. His voice was steady. "Add it." Ragnok closed the box and tucked it under his arm. "Your full name?" he said. "For the record." "Harry James Potter," said Harry. Ragnok nodded once. He moved to the door again, and this time he left, and the door closed, and Harry sat in the chair in the office that smelled of old metal and clean stone, and he was 5 years old and he had a name on a stone in a vault 9 levels underground, and somewhere above him the papers were filed and the claim was registered and the long, complicated, unavoidable process of justice was grinding into motion. He pulled the bronze disc from his pocket and held it. It sat warm in his palm, catching the light, catching nothing, just a piece of ancient metal that had done its one job and brought him here, to this, to the stone with his name on it, to Ragnok's office, to the beginning of something. He closed his fingers around it. Outside the window that wasn't a window, the enchanted stars turned slowly in their false sky, and Harry Potter, who had found a thing in a crack in a wall on the worst night of a bad week, sat with his name on a stone underground and felt, for the first time in 5 years of conscious memory, that he had a place in the world. Not a borrowed place. Not a tolerated one. His. Chapter 3, The Weight of Gold. 3 weeks into his stay at Gringotts, Harry learned that goblins did not celebrate birthdays. They celebrated something else, a concept Nala translated, after some effort, as first accounting day, the anniversary of a being's first formal recognition by an institution. For goblins this was the day they were assigned their first professional task. For clients of Gringotts it was the day their name entered the ledger. "So my first accounting day," said Harry, looking up from the archival notation chart Nala had made for him, hand-drawn, in precise angular ink, with human letter equivalents written underneath each symbol, would be the day the stone was updated. "Technically," said Nala. "Though Ragnok would argue it's the night you arrived, since that's when the disc activated and the blood recognition occurred. Which is more important to goblins? The blood or the paperwork?" Nala gave him the look she developed specifically for questions she found interesting. It was different from her standard expression, which was focused and slightly impatient. This one had an additional quality, sharper, like a door opening slightly. In Goblin law, blood establishes claim. Paperwork establishes record. Both are necessary. A claim without record is invisible. A record without claim is void. So you need both. You need both. Harry wrote this down. He'd developed the habit since arriving, a small notebook, Goblin-made, with pages that didn't tear, which Nala had given him with the offhand comment that she had extras and he clearly needed somewhere to put things. He wrote, blood equals claim. Paperwork equals record. Need both. He'd filled 37 pages in 3 weeks. The room Ragnok had set up for him on the third level of the eastern corridor was no longer particularly spare. It wasn't lavish either, there was no goblin aesthetic that ran toward lavish, everything being instead extremely functional and extremely well made, but it had a proper desk now, and better shelving, and a second blanket that had been provided without comment on a night when the deep earth cold had come through the stone. The enchanted star window had been replaced with an enchanted actual window, which showed a view of the mountains above Gringotts in real time, though Harry was 5 levels underground and the light was adjusted so it didn't blast him awake at sunrise. The room next to his was where Nala worked, which had apparently been a storage room before Harry arrived and was now a working archive annex because she found it useful to be nearby when he had questions during study sessions, which was most of the time. The walls of her room had acquired the layered quality of a workspace actively in use, scrolls, open books face down, sticky paper notes in Goblin script, 3 different inkwells. There was a stone carving on the windowsill that she'd brought from her own quarters, which she identified as her family's naming symbol, and didn't elaborate. Life at Gringotts had a rhythm. Not the rhythm of a school or a house, not the structured, adult-imposed rhythm Harry had known at Privet Drive, but something more organic, shaped by work and interest. Goblins started early. The deep levels were busiest before dawn, quieter by midday, active again in the evening. Harry slotted in around Nala's schedule during the mornings, archival notation, Goblin number systems, the rudiments of estate law, and spent afternoons with Ragnok, either reviewing documents or, increasingly, simply talking. Ragnok had turned out to be a person who talked, when he chose to, in the way of someone who had thought carefully about everything and found most conversation an inefficient vehicle for the quality of thought they were capable of. When he did talk, it was worth listening to. He told Harry about Goblin history, not the sanitized version in wizarding textbooks, which Harry had read in the copy of a history of magic Nala had produced, but the actual version, with its wars and rebellions and the 3 occasions when Goblin artifacts had been stolen and the Ministry had called it retrieval and Goblins had called it something else. He told Harry about magical theory, not the wand-waving practical kind, but the underlying architecture of it, the way magic was a language the universe used to talk to itself, and some beings were better at listening than others. Harry listened to all of it with his notebook open. Nala told him one morning with the bluntness that he'd come to recognize as her version of affection, annoyingly good at retaining things. "Is that bad?" said Harry. "It means I have to be accurate," said Nala. "Which I always am. But I have to be careful about accuracy when you're going to remember it forever." "I don't remember forever. I just remember for a long time." "You remembered the exact wording of the Accord of Deep Stone after I read it to you once. It was interesting." Nala made a sound that might, in a human, have been a sigh of fond exasperation, and turned back to her scrolls. The Ministry representative arrived on a Tuesday, 22 days after the claims were filed. They'd sent someone young for a Ministry official, which meant somewhere in their 30s, with a neatly pressed purple robe and a clipboard and the particular energy of someone who had been told this was going to be simple and was already realizing it wasn't. His name was Dawlish. He was from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Subdivision for Custodial and Estate Matters, and he was accompanied by a woman from the Wisingamot clerk's office who said very little and made notes. Ragnok received them in the formal meeting room, long table, uncomfortable chairs, green-flamed wall brackets, the kind of room designed to communicate that you were in a place that did not need to impress you. Harry sat at Ragnok's right hand. Nala sat 2 chairs down with a stack of documents and did not look up. Dawlish looked at Harry. He's really here. Mr. Potter is present as the relevant party, said Ragnok. As the protectorate claim was filed on his behalf, his attendance at any review meeting is a right under the Accord of Deep Stone, which I trust you've had a chance to review. Dawlish looked at his clipboard. Yes, the Accord is a very old document. There's some question at the Ministry about whether it is part of Goblin law, said Ragnok, in the pleasant, immovable tone. Goblin law does not have expiration dates. Dawlish wrote something on his clipboard. Right. Yes. Mr. Potter. He turned to Harry, with the particular careful loudness adults use when talking to children they think might not understand. I'm here to make sure you're safe and happy, and I'm safe and happy, said Harry. Thank you. I'd like to discuss the custodial review. Dawlish blinked. You'd like to, you're 5. Almost 6, said Harry. The custodial arrangement that placed me with my aunt and uncle was incomplete. The authorization had only 2 of the 3 required signatures. I've seen the documents. There's a false notation about family witness availability. He looked at Dawlish steadily. I'd like to understand what the ministry intends to do about that. The woman from the Wisengamot clerk's office made a note without looking up. Dawlish looked between Harry and Ragnok and his clipboard and back to Harry. The ministry takes all estate irregularities seriously, he started. The estate irregularity notification was filed 22 days ago, said Harry. I've been counting. The standard response time under Ministry Statute 14b is 5 working days. This is the first contact we've received. Dawlish's clipboard lowered slightly. You know Statute 14b. Nala taught me the relevant ones. Harry glanced at Nala, who had still not looked up but whose ears had shifted very slightly, which he'd learned was her equivalent of a smile. The ministry is 17 days late. That is itself an irregularity. Are you noting that? The woman from the Wisengamot clerk's office did not react visibly, but her quill moved. Dawlish set his clipboard on the table, shifted in his chair, and said, Mr. Potter. The situation is complicated. The custodial arrangement was made by Albus Dumbledore, who is very powerful and well-connected, said Harry. Yes. I've noticed that the ministry has responded to his actions rather than to the law. He paused. The law doesn't care how powerful someone is. That's what makes it the law. Another note from the clerk. Dawlish looked slightly desperate. The ministry will conduct a full review of the custodial arrangement, he said, with the slightly stilted delivery of someone reciting a prepared statement. In the interim, the protectorate claim is acknowledged and Mr. Potter's current placement at Gringotts is noted. However, he straightened, finding some reserve of official authority, we will need to discuss a formal alternative arrangement. Mr. Potter cannot live at a bank indefinitely. Why not, said Harry. It isn't appropriate for I have a room, food, education, safety, and access to my own estate documents, said Harry. Which of those is inappropriate? Dawlish opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. The ministry has a responsibility to ensure wizard children are raised and appropriate. Were they exercising that responsibility at Privet Drive, said Harry. The silence was immediate and complete. Dawlish looked at his clipboard for a long moment. The ministry, he said carefully, was not fully aware of the conditions the ministry placed me there, said Harry. Or allowed me to be placed there. That's the same thing as the ministry being responsible for what happened after. He wasn't angry. He was just accurate. I'd like the ministry to note that in its review. The woman from the clerk's office had filled almost a full page. Yes, said Dawlish, who had the look of someone fundamentally reassessing the meeting they'd walked into. It will be noted. Thank you, said Harry. And the serious Black matter. Mr. Black is a convicted, he was convicted without a trial, said Harry. That's documented. I'd like the ministry to explain how that happened and what it intends to do about it. That's a separate matter from the custodial, he was my family's choice of guardian, said Harry. It's directly relevant. If he'd received a trial and been exonerated, I'd have been placed with him instead of the Dursleys. The failure of that trial is part of the failure of my custodial arrangement. He looked at Dawlish. I'd like that connection formally noted. Dawlish wrote something on his clipboard in small, close letters. When the ministry representatives left 40 minutes later, the woman from the clerk's office had 6 pages of notes and Dawlish had the look of someone who needed to sit somewhere quiet and reconsider several things. Ragnok walked them out. When he came back, Harry was reading through one of the estate summary documents. That went well, said Ragnok. Dawlish is not the problem, said Harry, without looking up. He's just the person they sent. Who's above him? The head of the DMLE is Amelia Bones. Is she good? Ragnok considered. She is principled. And principled people, given enough evidence, can be moved. He sat down. Why? Because Dawlish will write his notes and file his report and someone above him will make the decision. I want the person making the decision to be someone who actually cares about the law. Harry put the document down and looked at Ragnok. Can we send the documents about the missing signature directly to Amelia Bones? We can. We have. Harry nodded. He looked back at the document. I want to file the claim of sovereignty, he said. Ragnok was quiet for a moment. The claim of sovereignty was something they discussed in the context of the estate archives, an ancient instrument that formally established an heir of an ancient and noble house as the sole authority over that house's properties and accounts, regardless of age. It was extraordinarily rarely used for a minor, because it required the minor to demonstrate both legal understanding and a clear threat to the estate's integrity. Harry had been building toward it since the first week, and they both knew it. You're 5, said Ragnok. Almost 6. And I meet the threshold. Harry met his gaze. The estate has been mismanaged. I understand the law well enough to articulate the specific violations. The threat to the estate's integrity is documented. Everything that the claim requires, we have. He paused. If I file the claim, Dumbledore's authorization over the estate accounts is formally revoked. He can't access anything. He will challenge it. He can. In a public hearing. Harry looked at him steadily. Where we bring all the documents. Ragnok held his gaze for a long moment. The hearing would be before the Wisengamot, he said. Not just the DMLE. The full body. I know. You are 5. Ragnok, said Harry. I know. I also know that the longer we wait, the more time there is for the ministry to find a reason to send me somewhere else. If I file the claim, I'm the legal authority over the Potter estate. Not Dumbledore. Not a ministry-appointed custodian. Me. He let that sit. That changes what they can do with me. Ragnok looked at him with that expression, the one that Harry had seen the very first night and still found slightly difficult to read, the one that meant something was happening behind his eyes that was not strictly professional. I will begin drafting the documents, said Ragnok at last. We will need a Goblin-qualified legal witness and a blood confirmation, and Nala to check the language, said Harry. Obviously. Ragnok stood. At the door, he paused. Harry. Harry looked up. You are doing something that no one has attempted in 400 years, said Ragnok. That does not make it wrong. It does make it important that you understand what you are initiating. I understand, said Harry. I'm not doing it to be dramatic. I'm doing it because it's correct. Ragnok looked at him for another moment. I know, he said. That's why I'm going to draft the documents. 2 days before Harry turned 6, Nala taught him about Goblin runes. Not because it was on any planned curriculum. Nala's curricula were somewhat organic, driven by what she thought was interesting and occasionally by what Harry asked for, but because he'd found a rune text in the archive annex and asked what it said, and she'd started explaining, and then somehow it was 3 hours later and they were deep in the structural logic of an angular script that was, as Nala put it, not decorative but functional. Every rune does something, she said, which was the most important thing she said that session. Not symbolically. Functionally. Goblin runic script isn't written. It's built. Each character is a component of a working system. Harry wrote this down. Like a machine, he said. Like a very old machine that is also a language. Nala pointed at the text. This inscription, for example, is not telling you what this door is. It is being the lock. The reading of it is the mechanism. Harry looked at the inscription with entirely new eyes. He reached out to touch it and Nala moved his hand aside without drama, which he accepted without drama, because she'd done it before when he reached for things that shouldn't be touched. Can I learn to write them? He said. You can learn to write practice forms, said Nala. Full functional runes require years of study and a confirmation of magical aptitude. The practice forms teach you the structure without any of the working magic. But I have magical aptitude. How do you know? Harry looked at her. The disc activated, he said. It activated on my blood. That's magic. I have it. Nala looked at him for a moment. The aptitude for runework is different from general magical potential, she said. Most wizards can't use goblin rune systems. The architecture is too specific. Can I try? Nala's sharp black eyes assessed him. Then she went to her shelves and came back with a practice slate, flat, dark stone with a surface that reset when you ran your thumb across it, and a stylus. I'll show you the first 3 characters, she said. The structural components. How you render them will tell me whether you have the aptitude. But Harry, she looked at him seriously, which was distinct from her usual focused expression, if the slate reacts, you stop immediately. Some children with latent magical sensitivity, I'll stop if something reacts, said Harry. She showed him the first 3 characters. He watched her hands carefully, the angle of the stylus, the pressure, the sequence of strokes. Then he tried. The first one was wrong, too shallow, the angle off. Nala corrected him without commentary, just repositioned his hand. Second attempt was better. Third was close. The second character he got on the second try. The third character, which was the most complex, Nala had said, because it combined 2 structural modes, he got on the first try. The slate didn't react. It just held the shapes he'd drawn, 3 clean angular characters in practice form, structurally correct. Nala looked at the slate for a long moment. Aptitude confirmed, she said, very dryly. Can I do the 4th one? Tomorrow, said Nala. You've been doing this for 3 hours and I have work to finish and you need to eat something. Harry looked up and realized the light from his window had shifted, it was later than he'd thought. He put down the stylus. Nala. The rune work. Is it something I can actually learn properly? Not just practice forms. Nala was already moving things on her desk, reorganizing with the efficient motion of someone whose workspace is always perfectly calibrated to their current project. It's a 10-year study for a goblin, she said. You are not a goblin. You have different magical architecture. It would be, she paused. Unprecedented. But possible? Most unprecedented things are possible, said Nala. That's why they're unprecedented rather than impossible. She moved another scroll. I'll think about it. Which meant yes, Harry had learned. Dumbledore came back on a Wednesday, 3 weeks and 4 days after the first visit. He came without announcement, which Ragnok pointed out was somewhat irregular. He was shown to the formal meeting room, which Ragnok chose this time, and Harry thought this was deliberate. Ragnok's office had felt like Harry's territory in the first meeting, the formal room was neutral, more official, less intimate. Harry had been in the middle of a rune practice session with Nala, but he closed the slate without complaint and walked to the meeting room and sat down. Dumbledore looked different this time. Not less magnificent, the robes were still magnificent, this time burgundy with silver stars that moved, but the quality of his energy was different. Less the measured, managed certainty of the first visit and more something that Harry could only describe as a man who'd done a lot of thinking. "Harry," he said. "Professor," said Harry, because Nala had told him that was the correct form of address and Harry saw no reason to be rude. A slight smile at that. Dumbledore sat down, and Ragnok sat beside Harry, and the arrangement was the same as before except the documents on the table were different ones. Ragnok had placed the claim of sovereignty draft in the center, visible but not yet formally presented. Dumbledore noticed it. His gaze lingered on it for a moment, and then he looked at Harry. "You've been busy," he said. "There's been a lot to do," said Harry. "I imagine." Dumbledore folded his hands. "I owe you honesty about several things, Harry. I've been thinking about what you said in our last meeting, about looking closely and choosing not to." He paused. "You were right." Harry waited. "I convinced myself that the conditions at your aunt's house, whatever they might be, were sustainable because the alternative, removing you from the blood protection, was worse. I was balancing a known risk against an unknown one, and I weighted the known risk too lightly." He said it carefully, precisely, not with the false simplicity of a performed apology but with the real difficulty of someone describing how their own reasoning failed them. "That was wrong." "Yes," said Harry. "I'd like to do better," said Dumbledore. "I've been working on the protection problem, an alternative anchoring that would not require your presence at your aunt's home. It will take time. A few years. But it is achievable. A few years during which I would need to be somewhere safe," said Harry. "Yes. Here is safe," said Harry. Dumbledore's gaze went to the claim of sovereignty document again. "Harry. That document is being filed," said Harry. "It would revoke my custodial authority over the estate accounts." "Yes. I understand why you feel that's necessary. It is necessary," said Harry, not unkindly. "Not because I think you spent the money badly. I don't know all of it yet. But because the authorization was incomplete and the notation was false, and those are legal facts that can't be undone by good intentions." He looked at Dumbledore. "I'm not filing it to punish you. I'm filing it because it's correct. The estate authority should be mine. That's what the law says." "You're 5, said Dumbledore, and his voice was genuinely conflicted rather than dismissive. "Almost 6. And I have Ragnok, and Nala, and Gringotts' full resources to advise me. The estate will be better managed under the claim than it was under incomplete authorization." Harry met his gaze. "You know that's true." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "I know," he said, in a tone that had a particular quality, the quality of a man who is used to being the most prepared person in any room and who has met something that is out-preparing him, and is managing his response to that with dignity. "I will not oppose the claim." "Thank you," said Harry. "In exchange," said Dumbledore, and his voice gained something, not sharpness, but weight, the weight of the thing he'd actually come to say, "I need you to understand something. Not a negotiation. Not a condition. Just something you should know, because I believe, now, belatedly, that you deserve to know it." Harry looked at him. "The man who killed your parents," said Dumbledore. "He made a mark on you. Here." He touched his own forehead lightly. "There is a connection between you, Harry. I have known about it since the night of your parents' deaths. It is why, partly why, I believed your presence in the wider wizarding world needed to be managed carefully. Because when he returns, and I believe he will return, that connection will matter." Harry was quiet. He thought about what Ragnok had said on the first night, not entirely dead. He thought about the dark magic diagnostics mentioned in passing. "Tell me exactly," said Harry. So Dumbledore told him. Not everything, Harry understood, even at 5, that Dumbledore was not yet telling him everything, but more than he'd told anyone, probably. The prophecy. Its terms. The nature of the connection. The mark on Harry's forehead, which he'd always thought was just a scar, which was not just a scar. Harry listened to all of it. He asked 3 precise clarifying questions. He wrote nothing down, because this was not the kind of information he was putting in a notebook. When Dumbledore finished, Harry sat with it for a moment. "All right," he said. Dumbledore blinked. "All right?" "I understand," said Harry. "It's important. I'll need to be prepared for it when the time comes. I have years to prepare." He paused. "Thank you for telling me." Dumbledore looked at him with that expression, the recalibrating one, and said, very quietly, "You are going to cause me a great deal of trouble, Harry." "Probably," said Harry. "But the right kind." Something genuine moved across Dumbledore's face then, and for just a moment, just one, the weight of 60 years of responsibility lifted slightly, and he looked amused and tired and fond all at once. "Yes," he said. "The right kind." He stood. "The serious black matter. I have been making inquiries. There are complications. But I want you to know that I am not ignoring it." "I know," said Harry. "I'm not ignoring it either." Dumbledore left, and this time he didn't pause in the doorway. The morning of Harry's 6th birthday, he woke to find 3 things on the desk in his room. The first was a card, in Nala's angular handwriting, which said, "Happy first accounting anniversary, approximate. You have made the archive considerably more disorganized and considerably more interesting." Below the text was a small, precisely drawn rune, one of the first ones she'd taught him, which was, she had explained, the Goblin character for persistence. Not stubbornness. Persistence, which was different. The second was a wrapped package. He opened it and found a set of runework tools, not practice ones, not the beginner's stylus and slate, but proper ones, small and beautifully made, in a case of dark wood. He stared at them for a long time. The third was a formal document. He read it carefully. It was, he recognized after the first 2 paragraphs, the approved and stamped claim of sovereignty over the Potter estate, formal, witnessed, sealed, and effective as of the date of filing. At the bottom, in Ragnok's precise handwriting, filed and approved by Gringotts. Ministry acknowledgement received yesterday afternoon, for 17 p.m. No opposition filed. The Potter estate is yours, Mr. Potter. Happy birthday. Harry sat on the edge of his bed and held all 3 things. The card. The rune tools. The document. He thought about the cupboard. About the crack in the wall, and the bronze disc cold inside it, waiting. He thought about the hot water pipe and the ringing ear and the empty stomach and the single 60-watt bulb. He thought about the stone with his name on it, 9 levels underground. He didn't cry, because crying right now felt wrong, not because he was suppressing it but because what he felt wasn't grief. It was something different, something he didn't have a name for yet. Something that was about standing at a beginning and knowing it was a beginning, and feeling the full weight and possibility of that, and not looking away from either. He put the document and the card on the desk. He opened the rune tool case and took out the smallest stylus, testing its weight in his hand. Then he went across the corridor and knocked on the wall beside Nala's open door. "Can we do the 4th character today?" he said. Nala, who was already at her desk, surrounded by scrolls, did not look up. But her ears moved in the small way they moved when she was pleased about something. "Sit down," she said. Harry sat. Outside his enchanted window, the mountains above Gringotts were bright with early morning, and in the deep and busy halls below, the bank that had been his family's institution for 11 generations and had become, in the space of 1 month, his home, was fully and efficiently at work, processing claims and managing estates and doing the serious, detailed, document-heavy work of making sure that what was owed was paid and what was taken was returned. And in the archive annex off the third-level eastern corridor, with a stylus in his hand and his notebook open and the formal claim of sovereignty document sitting on his desk with his name on it, Harry Potter began his 6th year the way he intended to continue it. Learning everything. Chapter 4, What the Headmaster Built. The Wisengamot hearing was scheduled for a Thursday in November, 2 months after Harry's 6th birthday, and the ministry had chosen the date with the specific quality of bureaucratic inconvenience that Harry had come to recognize as intentional: short notice, awkward timing, the assumption that Gringotts would request a postponement and in requesting one would demonstrate a weakness in the claim. Ragnok did not request a postponement. Harry found out about the hearing on a Monday and spent Tuesday and Wednesday in the archive with Nala going through every document they'd filed, every counterdocument the ministry had sent, every piece of correspondence from Dumbledore's office and the DMLE and the Wisengamot clerk's office, the one whose representative had been so quietly thorough in her notes during Dawlish's visit. Harry had asked about her, afterward. Her name was Griselda Marchbanks, and she was 73 years old and had been with the Wisengamot clerk's office for 40 years and had, according to Nala's research, never once filed an inaccurate record in her life. "She's important," said Harry. "She makes the official record," said Nala. "Whatever she notes becomes the permanent account." "And she noted everything Dawlish said." "And everything I said." "Every word." Harry thought about this. He thought about Griselda Marchbanks, 73 years old, 40 years of accurate records, sitting quietly with her quill while a 5-year-old told a ministry official that the law didn't care how powerful someone was. He thought she was probably going to be useful. The Wisengamot chamber was underground, not in Gringotts, not Goblin built, but London underground, the Ministry of Magic buried under the city in the way of all things that didn't want to be found easily. Ragnok accompanied Harry. Nala was not permitted inside the chamber as she wasn't a licensed legal representative, which she had strong opinions about, expressed in the clipped angular language she used when she was actually irritated rather than professionally focused. "I'll tell you everything," Harry promised, at the door of Gringotts. "You'll bring me every document they give you," said Nala. "And every document they don't give me but should." Her ears moved. "Go," she said, and turned back inside. The ministry was extraordinary in the way that things built to communicate authority were extraordinary, all high ceilings and carved walls and the deliberate grandeur of an institution that wanted you to feel small. Harry walked through it at Ragnok's side and felt the looks, because a goblin and a small child walking through the Ministry of Magic's main atrium did attract looks, especially a small child who was walking at the pace of someone who knew where they were going and why, which Harry did, because Ragnok had shown him the floor plans. Several people stopped entirely and stared. Harry looked back at them with mild interest. One woman actually said, out loud, to her companion, is that the boy?" And Harry thought, yes, and it's going to keep being the boy, so everyone might as well get comfortable. The Wisengamot chamber was circular, with tiered seating rising up the walls and a central floor that had a single chair, a formal, uncomfortable-looking chair with chains on the armrests, which Ragnok told Harry quietly was for witnesses in criminal proceedings and was not relevant today. Today Harry would stand on the chamber floor. Ragnok would stand beside him. The assembled Wisengamot members, not a full session, but a significant partial one, 43 members, would sit above and around them, and the proceeding would be formal and on record. Griselda Marchbanks was already at her desk at the edge of the chamber, quill ready. Harry looked at her. She was exactly what her record suggested, precise, upright, with the particular stillness of someone who has been in rooms like this many times and is not impressed by any of it. She looked at Harry over the rims of her spectacles with sharp, dark eyes and gave him a single brief nod, which he returned. The members filed in. 43 people in plum-colored robes, ranging from elderly to middle-aged to a few who were probably only in their 30s, and all of them looking at Harry with expressions that ran the spectrum from curious to skeptical to openly uncomfortable. In the center of the upper tier, in a chair that was slightly more elevated than the others, was a man Harry hadn't met but recognized from the description Ragnok had given him, stocky, broad, with a face that was not unkind but was very watchful. Tiberius Ogden, the acting chief warlock. Dumbledore's seat, technically, though Dumbledore had recused himself from the proceeding, which Harry had noted and found interesting. Ogden called the session to order. Harry listened to the formal language of it, the citation of statutes, the reading of the claim reference number, the summary of the filing, and then Ogden looked down at the chamber floor. "Mr. Potter," he said. "You are here to present the claim of sovereignty over the Potter estate, filed under," he consulted his document, "the Ancient House Statutes, Chapter 7, with supporting filings under estate irregularity provisions and custodial review." He looked at Harry directly, with the careful neutrality of someone trying to assess what they were dealing with. "You may proceed." Harry stepped forward. Ragnok stayed a half-step back, present, close, but deliberately positioning himself so that Harry was the primary figure on the floor. "Thank you," said Harry. He looked up at the assembled Wisengamot, 43 people in plum robes, most of them old enough to be his grandparents, all of them in possession of significant political power, and felt the usual thing he felt in high-stakes moments, not fear, exactly, but a sharpness, a focusing, the way everything unnecessary fell away and what remained was just the problem and the path through it. "My name is Harry James Potter," he said. "I'm 6 years old. I'm the sole heir of the ancient and noble house of Potter, which has been a Gringotts client for 11 generations and which has, under the Accord of Deep Stone, a protectorate relationship with Gringotts Bank that predates the Ministry of Magic by 4 centuries. He let that land for a moment. I am here because the estate that is legally mine has been mismanaged under an incomplete custodial authorization, and I'd like to formally assume control of it." The chamber was very quiet. "I understand," Harry continued, "that some members may have concerns about whether a 6-year-old is capable of managing an estate. I'd like to address that directly. I am not managing the estate alone. I have Ragnok, senior account manager at Gringotts, who has managed the Potter accounts for 63 years, and I have Gringotts' full institutional resources. What I am doing is ensuring that the legal authority over my family's estate resides where it should, with the head of the Potter family, rather than with a party whose authorization was incomplete and whose actions have resulted in documented financial discrepancies." A hand went up in the upper tier. Harry nodded at it. "The child can recognize members," muttered someone. "Mr. Potter," said the woman who'd raised her hand, 50s, sharp-faced, with an expression that was assessing rather than hostile. Augusta Longbottom, Ragnok had told him. Strong on house rights, rigidly principled, occasionally inconvenient for the ministry. "You've made serious allegations against Albus Dumbledore. He's not present to answer them." "He's not present because he recused himself," said Harry. "Which he was entitled to do. I'd note for the record that his recusal rather than opposition suggests he doesn't wish to argue the factual basis of the filings." He looked at Augusta Longbottom steadily. "If you'd like, I can address each documented discrepancy specifically." Augusta Longbottom looked at him for a long moment. Something shifted in her expression, not approval, not quite, but the specific attention of someone who has decided a thing is worth taking seriously. "Please do," she said. Harry did. He went through the documents methodically, the incomplete authorization, the missing third signature, the false notation, the financial discrepancies, the quarterly withdrawals, the estate accounts without Harry's access. He didn't dramatize any of it. He didn't need to. The facts, laid out in order, were their own argument, and he'd learned from Nala that facts worked best when you got out of their way. Several members were leaning forward by the time he finished. Several others were making notes of their own. Tiberius Ogden's expression had changed twice during the presentation, and it was now in a configuration that Harry read as, "This is not what I was told this would be." "The financial discrepancies," said a man in the second tier, older, with heavy rings on both hands, who Ragnok had identified as Robert Foley, a ministry ally and reliable vote for whoever currently held institutional power. "These are characterizations by Gringotts. The ministry has its own accounting, the ministry's accounting uses figures provided by the executor," said Harry. "Which is the same party whose figures we're disputing. That's a circularity problem." He looked at Foley. "Gringotts' records are primary. They record every transaction that actually occurs in the vault. The ministry documents record what someone told the ministry occurred. When they don't match, the vault records are accurate by definition. Folly looked at someone beside him. The someone looked at their own documents. Additionally, said Harry, I'd like to draw the chamber's attention to the custodial placement itself. I was placed with my mother's sister and her family at number 4, Privet Drive. That placement was made by the same party who filed the incomplete custodial authorization. The conditions at Privet Drive, he paused, briefly, the first pause in his presentation, and he used it deliberately, were not appropriate. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs. I was not given adequate food on a regular basis. I was physically struck on multiple occasions. The chamber noise that followed this was not quite uproar but was in that direction. Ogden raised his hand for quiet. Got it. Mr. Potter, he said carefully. Those are very serious allegations. They're documented, said Harry. Gringotts recorded my physical condition on arrival, the split lip, the bruising. That report is in your papers. He looked at Ogden directly. I'm not saying it to generate sympathy. I'm saying it because the custodial placement is part of the pattern I'm describing. The same party filed an incomplete authorization, made false notations, withdrew funds under inadequate accounting, and placed me in a home where I was being harmed. These aren't separate mistakes. They're a pattern of decisions made by one person who believed he knew best and arranged everything else to support that belief. Complete silence. Augusta Longbottom broke it. Which is a damning characterization of a man who is not present to respond, she said, not defensively, but fairly. It is, Harry agreed. I've been careful not to call his motives malicious, because I don't think they were. I think he believed he was making the right choices. I think he still does. He looked around the chamber. What I need this chamber to determine is not what he intended. What I need this chamber to determine is whether the law was followed. Because the law, he looked at Ogden, doesn't adjudicate intentions. It adjudicates actions. Griselda Marchbank's quill had not stopped moving since Harry started talking. The deliberation took 40 minutes, during which Harry and Ragnok withdrew to an anteroom and Harry sat on a bench and ate a piece of bread Ragnok produced from somewhere, because it was 11 o'clock and he hadn't had breakfast. You did well, said Ragnok. Folly is going to vote against, said Harry. Yes. But Augusta Longbottom will vote for, and she'll carry 3 members with her out of principle alone. Ragnok looked at him. You cited the Accord of Deepstone's precedence over ministry founding. It's accurate. Several members looked as though they'd never thought about the implications before. They probably hadn't. Harry finished the bread. Ragnok. What happens if they vote against the claim? We appeal to Goblin Tribunal, said Ragnok, with the calm of someone who has already gamed this out. At which point the accord takes full precedence and ministry law is entirely secondary. They would lose. He paused. They know this, which is why the vote will pass. How confident are you? Goblin confident, said Ragnok. Which is different from wizard confident. We don't use the term unless the outcome is settled. Harry looked at him. You think it's settled? I think it was settled when you cited the accord's precedence and 3 members wrote it down. Harry nodded. He looked at his hands. Turned the bronze disc over, he carried it always now, less as a talisman and more as habit, as something to think with. Ragnok, he said. After this is done. The serious black matter. I want to push harder. I know. The legal campaign isn't moving fast enough. The ministry response has been, they're acknowledging without acting. There has to be a way to force the issue. There is, said Ragnok. But it requires evidence. We have the procedural irregularity, the lack of trial. We do not yet have evidence of actual innocence. Where would evidence of innocence be? Ragnok was quiet for a moment. In the ministry's own investigation files from that night. The files that were closed when Black was imprisoned without trial. He paused. Those files are sealed. Everything sealed can be unsealed, said Harry, with the right authority. Ragnok looked at him. You are thinking about Amelia Bones. I'm thinking about the fact that the head of the DMLE has authority to unseal closed investigation files, said Harry. And that Griselda Marchbanks has been making very thorough notes for 6 months. Ragnok was quiet for another moment. You want to request a meeting with Amelia Bones, he said. After today, said Harry. When I'm not just the boy making a claim. When I'm the head of the Potter estate, with legal standing. He pocketed the disc. Then I want to meet her. Ragnok looked at him with that expression, the one that had started on the very first night and had been developing ever since into something neither of them had named yet. You have been planning this for some time, he said. Since Nala told me about sealed files, said Harry. 3 weeks ago. And you said nothing. I was waiting until the claim was done. One thing at a time. He looked at Ragnok. Is that right? Strategically? Yes, said Ragnok. That is very right. He straightened. One thing at a time. The recall to the chamber came 20 minutes later. The vote was 31 to 12 in favor of the claim. Harry stood on the chamber floor and listened to Tiberius Ogden read the formal result. The claim of sovereignty over the Potter estate is hereby recognized by the Wisengamot, effective immediately, with Gringotts Bank designated as institutional advisor and Ragnok the Younger as account manager of record, and he felt the click of it settling into place, the same way a rune settled when the structure was right. Something completed. He thanked the chamber. He said the formal words Ragnok had taught him, courteous, precise, neither humble nor arrogant, and he turned and walked toward the exit and heard the noise begin behind him as 43 people started talking at once. Augusta Longbottom caught up with him in the corridor outside. She was tall, not as tall as Dumbledore, but tall, and had the upright, almost aggressive posture of someone who had been told their whole life to stand straighter and had taken it personally. She looked down at Harry with an expression that had moved past the assessing stage into something approaching direct. Mr. Potter, she said. I'm Augusta Longbottom. I know, said Harry. Thank you for your questions. They weren't complimentary. They were fair. That's more useful. He looked at her steadily. Is there something I can help you with, Lady Longbottom? Something moved in her expression, something sharp and, he thought, pleased. My grandson starts Hogwarts in 5 years, she said, apparently at a tangent. Same year as you. I know, said Harry. I've been reading the Hogwarts student rolls. Augusta Longbottom looked at him for a long moment. You have the Potter eyes, she said. But the rest of you is something else entirely. She inclined her head, a formal gesture, the kind that meant something in the old wizarding traditions that Harry had been reading about. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter. Good afternoon, Lady Longbottom, said Harry. She left. Harry watched her go and thought, ally. Not yet. But possible. He added it to the list he kept in his head. The weeks after the hearing had a different quality from the weeks before, the careful, building tension of the claim preparation giving way to something broader and more complex. The wizarding world, it turned out, had been paying attention in a way that Harry hadn't fully anticipated. Not to the legal details, those were largely arcane and only interesting to people who cared about estate law, but to the simple fact of a 6-year-old standing on the Wisengamot chamber floor and making an argument that had passed 31 to 12. The owls started arriving at Gringotts. Not to Harry directly, the bank was not a postal service and the owls were intercepted and sorted by the mail handling team, but they were addressed to him, and there were a lot of them. Ragnok summarized them weekly. Most were curious, wizarding families who wanted to establish contact with the Potter heir, some for political reasons, some from genuine interest, a few who seemed to simply be amazed that a child had pulled off what Harry had pulled off. Several were from journalists. One was from someone who signed themselves a friend and contained a warning Harry couldn't parse because it didn't have enough context, which he filed and set aside. Two were interesting. The first was from Nicholas Flamel, which Harry recognized the name of from the historical documents Nala had given him, the alchemist, 665 years old, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, retired somewhere in Devon. The letter was short, in handwriting that looked like it had been decorative once and had become eccentric with age. Mr. Potter. I hear you've been making the ministry uncomfortable. Excellent. If you're interested in discussing the nature of ancient magical objects, specifically objects that activate on blood recognition, I'd enjoy the conversation. No obligation. N. Flamel. Harry wrote back the same day. The second interesting letter was from a name he didn't know, Lucius Malfoy, but the tone of it was immediately distinctive in a way that he paid attention to. It was exquisitely courteous. Every word was correctly chosen. It conveyed warmth and support and the offer of guidance from an experienced Wisengamot member who had great respect for the ancient houses and would be honored to advise the Potter heir as he navigated the complexities of wizarding politics. It was, Harry thought, the most careful letter he'd ever read. And the most worrying. He showed it to Ragnok. Ragnok read it, set it down, and said, Lucius Malfoy is a former Death Eater who claimed under Veritaserum that he acted under Imperius. He is wealthy, politically connected, extremely intelligent, and he now sits on the board of Hogwarts and has strong influence in 3 ministry departments. He paused. He is also someone who had a strong interest in Voldemort's return and in the management of the post-Voldemort political landscape. And he's writing to me, said Harry. You are the most politically significant 6-year-old in Britain, said Ragnok. Of course he's writing to you. What does he want? That, said Ragnok, is precisely the right question. He looked at the letter again. He wants access. To you. Specifically, access before you've made your own conclusions about him. If he can position himself as a guide, a mentor, a trusted voice, he shapes what I think, said Harry. Or attempts to. Harry picked up the letter and read it again. It really was beautifully done. The concern was perfectly calibrated, present but not cloying. The respect was genuine sounding, specific rather than generic. The offer of guidance was positioned as entirely selfless, which was the tell. I'll write back, said Harry. Ragnok looked at him. What will you say? I'll be very courteous, said Harry, and I'll thank him for his letter, and I'll say that I appreciate his concern for the Potter estate and that I look forward to meeting him properly when the time is right. He set the letter down. Which is completely non-committal and gives him nothing. And if he writes again? I'll be courteous again. Harry looked at Ragnok. I don't want him to know what I think of him yet. He's more useful as someone who thinks I might be manageable. Ragnok looked at him for a long moment. You are 6 years old, he said. Almost 7, said Harry. That is not the reason I keep saying your age, said Ragnok. I keep saying your age because I keep finding it necessary to recalibrate. Harry smiled. Is that bad? No, said Ragnok, with a directness that had nothing professional in it. It is not bad. The meeting with Amelia Bones was arranged for a Friday, 2 weeks after the Wisengamot hearing, in a ministry conference room that was more comfortable than the formal spaces Harry had been in before, though the comfort was the impersonal kind of official spaces, chairs that said we have chairs rather than anything about wanting you specifically to be comfortable. Amelia Bones was not what Harry expected, and what he expected was already calibrated for the unexpected. She was in her 50s, heavy-set in the way of someone who had been physically strong in their youth and was still strong now, with a monocle that she wore with the comfortable authority of someone who'd stopped being self-conscious about it decades ago. Her robes were neat and dark and purely practical. She looked at Harry when he walked in the way she probably looked at everything, with a thoroughness that was not unfriendly but was utterly unsparing. She waited until Harry and Ragnok sat down, and then she said, without preamble, I've read the files. Which ones? Said Harry. All of them, said Bones. The estate filings. The Protectorate claim. The Wiesengemot hearing transcript. She paused. And the custodial history. Her voice on the last item had a specific quality. Not guilt. Bones didn't seem like someone who performed guilt, but the particular, uncomfortable weight of someone confronting documented evidence of a failure that happened on their institution's watch. The placement at Privet Drive, said Harry. Yes. Bones looked at him. The DMLE had no formal record of a welfare check conducted at that address in 6 years. None. She said it flatly, which he thought was her version of what it would have been louder from someone else. That is a failure of this department. Yes, said Harry. It is. Bones nodded. She appreciated, he could see, not being argued with about it or given an escape. What do you want from me, Mr. Potter? 2 things, said Harry. First, I want to ensure there's a formal mechanism established so that what happened to me doesn't happen to other children. I'm not the only one being badly placed, I'd imagine. Bones' expression shifted slightly, something that looked like surprised respect. No, she said. You're not. There are 63 current custodial files flagged for review in my department. Then fix the review process, said Harry. Make the welfare checks mandatory and external. Not self-reported. That requires a legislative change, said Bones. You have Wiesengemot allies, said Harry. I just came from there. He paused. Augusta Longbottom would support it. She has 3 other votes minimum. Bones looked at him steadily. You have been thinking about this. I've had time, said Harry. And I care about it. For obvious reasons. He looked back at her directly. The second thing. Sirius Black. A pause. That is a significantly more complicated matter. I know, said Harry. I know the procedural argument, that he was convicted without trial, is not enough on its own to get him out. You need something that touches the factual basis of the conviction. He looked at her. The investigation files from the night of November 1st, 1981, are sealed. I'm asking you to unseal them. On what grounds? On the grounds that they are material to a custodial review I have formally initiated. I'm the relevant party, I'm the person whose placement was determined in part by Black's arrest, and the legitimacy of that arrest is directly relevant to the review. He paused. And on the grounds that if those files show an investigation that would not meet current standards for evidentiary procedure, the DMLE has a legal obligation to review the conviction regardless of its age. Bones was quiet for quite a long time. She looked at her desk. She looked at Harry. She looked at Ragnok, who had said nothing the entire meeting and who looked back at her with the serene expression of a goblin who has made his position clear by sitting in the room. Unsealing those files, said Bones carefully, will attract a great deal of attention. Yes, said Harry. There are parties who would prefer they remain sealed. I know. Powerful parties. I know that too. Harry met her gaze. But you're not someone who makes decisions based on who prefers what. You make decisions based on the law. He said it without flattery, as a statement of fact. So does the law support unsealing those files for the purposes of a material custodial review? Bones was quiet again. Yes, she said at last, and it landed like a door closing. Not reluctant. Decided. It does. Then I'm formally requesting it, said Harry. On the record. Griselda Marchbanks, who had been sitting at a small desk in the corner of the room, Harry had noticed her immediately, she appeared to go where significant things happened, wrote it down. Bones looked at Harry for a long moment after that, and her expression did something it probably rarely did, it opened, slightly, the professional composure shifting just enough to show something underneath it that was complicated and specific. How, she said, did no one see you for 6 years? Harry thought about it honestly. They were looking at the wrong thing, he said. They were looking at the symbol. The boy who lived. The useful child. They weren't looking at the actual child. Bones nodded slowly. "I'll unseal the files," she said. "It will take approximately a week." After which, she looked at him, "I imagine you'll have thoughts." "I'll have read them by the following morning," said Harry. Something that was absolutely not a smile crossed Amelia Bones' face. "Good afternoon, Mr. Potter," she said. "Good afternoon, Director Bones," said Harry. On the way out, through the ministry atrium with its golden fountain and its constant churn of witches and wizards going about the business of governing the wizarding world, a man was coming the other direction, and they almost walked into each other, and Harry looked up and met eyes with someone he hadn't seen before. Tall, blonde, aristocratically made, with robes of deep gray and a cane that was beautiful and probably not for walking. The man looked down at Harry with silver pale eyes, and his expression was perfectly arranged: surprise, warmth, a kind of gracious recognition. "Mr. Potter," said Lucius Malfoy. "What a pleasure." "Mr. Malfoy," said Harry. "I received your letter. I've been meaning to write back." "There's no rush, of course," said Malfoy. His voice was smooth in the way of things that had been polished for a very long time. "I'm glad to see you're settling in well after everything." His gaze moved briefly to the split in Harry's lower lip, which had fully healed weeks ago, and back up. He knew. Harry could see the knowing in the precision of the glance. He knew about Privet Drive and was choosing to reference it obliquely, positioning himself as someone who cared. "Things are much better now," said Harry pleasantly. "Gringotts has been very welcoming." Of course." Malfoy looked at Ragnok with the specific variety of courtesy that was not quite sincere and which goblins had centuries of experience identifying. "And Ragnok. Always good to see Gringotts represented." Ragnok inclined his head with the perfect minimum of movement. "I hope we have the chance to speak properly soon," said Malfoy, looking back at Harry. "There are many things a young heir of an ancient house needs to understand about our world, and I'd be happy to. I've been studying quite a lot," said Harry. "Nala's been very thorough. But I appreciate the offer." He smiled, which he had learned was a useful thing to do when he wanted to seem warmer than he was being. "I'm sure our paths will cross again." He walked on. Behind him, he heard nothing, no remark to a companion, no sound of movement for a moment. Malfoy was standing still. Reassessing. Good, Harry thought. Let him reassess. Let him work out what he was dealing with. That would take a while. Harry had been working out what he was dealing with for 6 months, and the list of things to know was still long. But it was getting shorter every day. He walked out of the ministry into the cold London air, the concealed entrance in the middle of the city, a phone box, which he thought was both absurd and somehow right, and the wind hit his face and he turned it up for a moment, eyes closed. He thought about the cupboard. The crack. The disc. He thought about the stone 9 levels underground with his name on it. He thought about a man in Azkaban who had been there for 6 years without a trial, and about sealed files that were about to be unsealed, and about the slow and unavoidable grinding of justice when it finally got moving. "Ready?" said Ragnok. Harry opened his eyes. "Yes," he said. "Let's go home." They went. Chapter 5, The Man in the Tower. The files arrived on a Tuesday. Not digitally, not by owl, Amelia Bones sent them by ministry courier, a young witch who showed up at Gringotts' side entrance with a sealed box the size of a bread loaf and a form requiring Ragnok's signature on 7 separate lines. The box had 3 different security seals on it, all of which Ragnok broke in sequence with practiced efficiency while Harry watched from the doorway of the archive annex. The seals broke with a sound like cracking ice. The box opened. Inside was a stack of files 2 inches thick, smelling of old parchment and something else, something that had the particular dry, stale quality of things that had been shut away for a long time. Harry picked up the top file, looked at the tab, and carried the box into the archive annex. Nala was already at her desk. She looked at the box, then at Harry, then at the files. "Sit down," she said. I'll make tea. Goblins did not drink tea. Nala had started making it specifically for Harry 2 months into his stay, using a kettle she'd acquired without explanation and a tin of tea that appeared on her shelf one morning. She made it very strong and slightly wrong, too much leaf, not enough steep time, and Harry drank it without comment because it was the gesture that mattered. They sat across from each other in the annex and went through the files together. It took 6 hours. Harry read. Nala cross-referenced with the estate documents they already had. Between them they built a picture, not quickly, not dramatically, but the way pictures were always actually built, slowly, piece by piece, each new element connecting to something already known until the shape emerged from the accumulation. The investigation files from November 1981 were, as Bones had implied, a mess. Not a dishonest mess, not fabricated, not deliberately obscured. Just the mess of a catastrophic night handled by people who were overwhelmed and moving fast, in the aftermath of a war that had just ended in a way nobody quite understood yet. The Aura reports were inconsistent on timelines. The witness statements had gaps. The forensic magical analysis, what existed of it, was preliminary and in several places marked to be completed with no completion date, because the person who was supposed to complete it had apparently been reassigned. And then, 40 pages in, Harry found it. He read it twice. Then he put it flat on the desk in front of Nala without a word. She read it. Her expression didn't change, but her ears went very still, the equivalent, Harry had learned, of a sharp intake of breath. It was a single-page Aura report, dated November 2, 1981, filed by an Aura named Bartholomew Crouch Jr. No, wait, that was the son. Harry looked again, the filing Aura was someone else. No, the report was filed by an Aura named McKinnon, one of 2 who had attended the scene of the explosion in the street. The report documented the following: 12 Muggles dead, 1 Peter Pettigrew dead by apparent self-inflicted spell, Sirius Black apprehended at scene. And then, in a note at the bottom, in different handwriting, someone had written over the original in a different ink, making it clear it was added later, suspect confessed to crime at scene of apprehension. Harry pointed at the different handwriting. Yes, said Nala quietly. Who added it? She turned to the document manifest, the list of every file in the sealed box, with notes on chain of custody. She ran her finger down it, found the reference number, and cross-referenced. The notation had been added 3 days after McKinnon's original report. Added by one Bartemius Crouch Sr., head of the DMLE in 1981. Harry sat back. He added a confession note to a report he didn't file, said Harry. 3 days after the arrest. When there was no trial to test it. And no trial to test it, said Nala, because, she turned to another file, already knowing where it was because she had an archivist's memory for document location. She laid it beside the first. The conviction paperwork. Standard form. But in the space marked evidentiary basis, instead of a trial reference number, there was a single line, confession at scene. Multiple witnesses. Ministerial directive, summary conviction. Ministerial directive. Harry read it twice more. He looked at Nala. Who issued the ministerial directive? Minister Millicent Bagnold, said Nala. But, she turned another page, the directive itself was recommended to her in writing by Bartemius Crouch Sr. The same man who had added a confession note to someone else's report 3 days after an arrest. Harry was quiet for a long time. The tea had gone cold. Outside the window the mountain view was late afternoon gray, clouds coming in, the light going flat and distant. Crouch, he said. He was head of the DMLE during the war, said Nala. By multiple accounts he was, intense about it. He authorized things during the Voldemort years that were later considered legally questionable. Sending people to Azkaban without trial was not unusual in that period. Black was not the only one. But Black was my family's designated guardian, said Harry. And his arrest happened the night before Dumbledore filed the incomplete custodial authorization. Nala looked at him. If Black had been tried properly, said Harry, and if the trial had raised any doubt, any question about whether he actually betrayed my parents, then Dumbledore's custodial arrangement falls apart. Because the will is clear. Black is the primary guardian. The only way to override the will is if Black is definitively guilty. He paused. A trial might not have definitively proven guilt. So there was no trial. You think Dumbledore and Crouch arranged it together, said Nala carefully. I don't know, said Harry. I think Crouch wanted Black in Azkaban badly enough to add a false confession note to someone else's report. I think Dumbledore wanted the custodial arrangement to work badly enough not to ask too many questions about how Black ended up convicted so fast. He looked at the file spread across the desk. I don't think they sat in a room and made a plan. I think they both wanted the same outcome and each took steps that got them there, and neither of them looked too closely at the other's steps. Nala was quiet. Which is worse, said Harry, in some ways. Because neither of them thinks they did anything wrong. What do we do with this, said Nala. Harry picked up the report with the added notation. He held it carefully, the way you handled things that were both old and important. He thought about a man sitting in Azkaban, a tower in the North Sea, Nala had told him, freezing cold and full of dementors, creatures that fed on happiness and memory and left you with nothing but your worst moments. 7 years. Sirius Black had been sitting there for 7 years. We take it to Bones, said Harry. Ragnok looked at the documents for a long time. They were in his office, Harry, Nala, Ragnok, with the files spread across the desk and the late evening light doing nothing to make the contents more comfortable. Ragnok read with the focused completeness of a person for whom reading documents was as natural as breathing, and when he was finished he set them down with precision and looked at Harry. This is significant, he said. It's evidence of evidence tampering, said Harry. The added notation is in different ink on a different date by a non-filing party. That's not ambiguous. No, said Ragnok. It's not. He was quiet for a moment. Crouch Sr. is no longer head of the DMLE. He's head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. He is still politically active and still connected. I know, said Harry. That's why I want to move quickly. Quickly meaning, tomorrow morning I want to send a formal letter to Bones with a copy of this report and the chain of custody documentation showing when and by whom the notation was added. I want it delivered by Gringotts courier, not owl, so there's an unimpeachable record of delivery. He looked at Ragnok. And I want a copy secured in the vault. Physical and magical copies both. Ragnok nodded. This was the kind of thinking he understood well. After that, said Harry, we need to think about how to make this public at the right time. Not yet. Not until Bones has had a chance to act on it. But there needs to be a moment when this can't be buried. Buried, said Nala, by Crouch or his allies. Or by anyone else who finds it inconvenient, said Harry. He looked at the report with the 2 different inks. Sirius Black has been in Azkaban for 7 years for something he probably didn't do, because 2 men found his imprisonment convenient and didn't look closely at how it was achieved. He set it down. That ends. The letter to Bones was written that night, Harry drafting, Nala correcting the legal language, Ragnok reviewing the final version and adding 3 sentences at the end that were, in Harry's assessment, the 3 most important sentences in the document, the ones that formally requested, under the custodial review provisions, that a full forensic review of the evidence be conducted before any further delays in the case. The Gringotts courier left at 8 the next morning. While they waited, Nicholas Flamel wrote again. The second letter was longer than the first and considerably more interesting. He wanted to discuss the emergency transit disc specifically, its construction, its blood activation mechanism, why it had waited in a wall for 6 years when Harry had been demonstrably in distress for most of that time. The question it raised, he wrote in his looping, eccentric handwriting, was about the specificity of the distress signal. The disc had waited. Why? Harry had been wondering the same thing. He wrote back, and in the exchange that followed over the next 2 weeks, conducted by owl in letters that were somewhat dense given that one participant was a 7-year-old and the other was 665 years old and had the intellectual habits of someone who had spent 6 centuries thinking about very difficult things. Harry began to understand what the disc actually was. It wasn't just an emergency transport. It was a calibrated instrument. It had a threshold. The distress had to be genuine and also had to reach a specific magical intensity before the disc activated. And that threshold was tied not just to Harry's blood but to his magical signature, which was, as Flamel wrote with what seemed to be barely contained excitement, not standard. The disc waited because your magic waited, Flamel wrote. Not suppressed. Gathering. The activation event wasn't just physical distress, it was the first moment your ambient magic was strong enough to be recognized by a 900-year-old instrument. In other words, Mr. Potter, the disc went off when it did not because you were most in danger that night, but because that was the first night you were magical enough for it to know you. Harry read this 3 times. Then he went to find Nala. She was in the annex, reorganizing a shelf of estate cross-reference documents, and she didn't look up when he came in because she had excellent hearing and always knew when he was coming. I have a question about magical aptitude testing, he said. Sit down, she said. He did. When Gringotts takes on a new client from an ancient house, they do a magical assessment. We do inheritance testing, said Nala. Different thing. We test whether the blood claim is valid. We don't assess magical strength. Why not? It's not our area. But you could, said Harry. Nala turned from the shelf. She looked at him with the specific expression she used when she suspected he was going somewhere interesting. There are instruments in the lower archive levels that could do a rough magical assessment, yes, she said carefully. They're used for artifact authentication. Why? Harry handed her Flamel's letter. She read it. Read it again. Her expression did the thing it did when she found something genuinely surprising, a slight sharpening, as if the world had come into better focus. Your magical signature was strong enough at age 5 to activate a 900-year-old blood recognition instrument, she said. Yes. That's, she paused, which was not something Nala did often. Unusual, said Harry. Unprecedented, she said. The disc is designed to activate for any Potter heir with a valid blood claim and sufficient distress. The magical threshold is minimal by design. It should have activated years earlier. She looked at the letter again. Unless your magical signature is so specific, so complex, that it took the disc time to fully recognize it. Like a very complicated lock taking longer to open, said Harry. Or a very sophisticated instrument refusing to respond to an incomplete signal. She handed the letter back. If your magical aptitude is significantly above what we'd expect even for an ancient house heir, it would explain some other things, said Harry. She looked at him. The rune work, he said. I picked up the structural forms faster than you expected. The archival notation system. The way I seem to interact with the Gringotts environment differently than a standard wizard client would. Nala was quiet for a moment. I thought that was intelligence, she said. It might be both, said Harry. A pause. I'll set up the assessment instrument, said Nala. The assessment was done in a lower archive room, level 6, where the temperature was constant and the ambient magic of the deep vaults created conditions that were, Nala explained, better for clean readings. The instrument was extraordinary, a column of crystal about 4 feet tall, with internal structures that were impossible to look at directly because they seemed to be simultaneously in multiple configurations. It was very old. It had the particular age quality of goblin-made things, which was not fragile old but dense old, solid in a way that suggested it had been accumulating significance for centuries. Put your hand flat on the base plate, said Nala. Harry put his hand flat on the base plate. The crystal did several things in rapid succession, filled with a light that wasn't quite any color Harry could name, then organized that light into a pattern, then held the pattern for about 10 seconds, then went still. Nala stared at it. Nala, said Harry. One moment, she said, which was what she said when she was processing something significant and didn't want to speak before she was sure. She looked at the pattern for a long time. She walked around the column, looking from different angles. She took out her notebook and wrote something down, then crossed it out, then wrote it again. "Well," she said at last. "Well, what?" said Harry. Nala looked at him across the crystal column. Her expression was complicated, not alarmed, not exactly, but the very specific expression of an archivist who has encountered a piece of information that requires substantial reorganization of existing frameworks. "You have a level of raw magical potential that sits approximately 3 standard deviations above the mean for ancient house heirs," she said, in her most careful, precise voice. "Which itself sits above the general wizard population. The instrument also shows," she hesitated, "a dual-core signature." "What does that mean?" "Most wizards have a single magical core. A unified source. A dual-core signature means, there are 2 distinct magical sources present. Layered. Both active." She paused. "I've only seen this documented twice in the historical records. Once in a theoretical paper that suggested it couldn't actually occur in a living person. And once in the account manager's notes for a client who lived approximately 400 years ago." Harry looked at the crystal column. "What happened to that client?" "She was considered the most powerful witch of her era," said Nala. "By a considerable margin." Harry looked at his hand on the base plate. He lifted it. The crystal went fully still. "Does this change anything practical?" he said. Nala blinked. "That's your response? Does it change anything practical?" "Well, does it?" She opened and closed her mouth. Closed it again. "It explains why the rune work comes so naturally. Goblin runic systems require a specific kind of magical sensitivity to function. Most wizards simply don't have the architecture for it. You have more architecture than expected." She paused. "It also means your formal magical training, when it begins, will need to be, not standard." "Hogwarts standard curriculum," said Harry. "Would be inadequate," said Nala. "Not to teach you nothing. But inadequate to teach you much of what you're actually capable of." She looked at him. "We'll need to discuss supplementary education." "We already have one," said Harry. "You've been teaching me for over a year." "I've been teaching you archival notation and estate law," said Nala. "And rune work," said Harry. "And goblin history. And magical theory, the structural kind, not the wand-waving kind. And artifact assessment principles." He looked at her. "That's a curriculum, Nala. It just doesn't have a name." She looked at him for a moment. "I'll talk to Ragnok," she said. Which meant, yes. Bones responded to the letter 8 days after it was sent. She came in person, which said more than a written reply would have. She was shown to Ragnok's office, which had become, over the past year, as much Harry's office as Ragnok's, with Harry's notebooks on one shelf and his rune practice slate stacked in a corner and a second chair that had positioned itself at the desk angle Harry used and no longer moved. Bones came in and looked at the room with the thoroughness she applied to everything, and sat down. "I've had the report analyzed," she said, without preamble. "By 2 independent forensic document experts, neither of whom know what case it relates to. Both confirm the notation is in different ink, added on a different date, by a different hand than the original filing or." She placed the analysis report on the desk. "The handwriting has been confirmed as matching Bartemius Crouch Sr.'s documented writing samples." "So it's conclusive," said Harry. "It's strongly evidential. A Wisengamot prosecutor would call it conclusive." Bones looked at him. "Acting on it is complicated. Because Crouch is still in government. Because Crouch is still in government, and because the conviction is 7 years old, and because Sirius Black's name has been synonymous with Death Eater and murderer for 7 years and shifting that public narrative will require more than one forensic report." She paused. "People believe what they've believed for a long time. Changing it requires time and repetition and more than one kind of evidence. What other kind? Said Harry. Bones looked at him carefully. A witness, she said. Someone with direct knowledge of what actually happened that night. Of what Sirius Black did or didn't do. Harry thought about this. He'd read all the files. The night of November 1st, 1981, his parents' deaths, Black's arrest, Pettigrew's death. 12 muggles, 1 wizard, an explosion. Black found laughing at the scene. The files say he was laughing, said Harry. Yes. Why would someone guilty be laughing? Bones looked at him. People respond to extreme shock in unexpected ways, she said carefully. Or he was laughing because it was funny, said Harry. In the awful way. The way things are funny when they're so terrible that laughing is the only response that's left. Bones was quiet. His best friend had just betrayed his other best friend, said Harry. And then his best friend was killed, or appeared to be killed, in such a way that Sirius Black was blamed for it. And he'd lost my parents the night before. He looked at Bones. If I lost everyone I cared about in 2 days and the person responsible framed me for it and then died before I could prove it, I'm not sure what I'd do. But I understand why laughing might have happened. Bones looked at him for a long moment. Peter Pettigrew, she said carefully. You're suggesting he was the actual secret keeper. I'm not suggesting it. I'm noting that the files don't conclusively establish who the secret keeper was. They assume it was Black because Black was a logical choice. But assuming is not establishing. Harry looked at her. The secret keeper arrangement is a specific magical contract. Is there a record of it? Bones was very still. There should be, she said slowly. A Fidelius charm of that scale, protecting a family from Voldemort, would have been witnessed. Possibly registered with the Ministry. Is there a registered record? A pause. I don't know, said Bones. I would need to check. I'd like you to check, said Harry. Bones looked at him. She had the expression she sometimes had, not quite that she was dealing with a child, but that she was recalibrating the category she was dealing with in real time. Mr. Potter, she said. If a Fidelius registry record exists and shows Peter Pettigrew as secret keeper, then Sirius Black is innocent, said Harry. And he's been in Azkaban for 7 years for someone else's crime. He looked at her steadily. I need you to find that record. Bones was quiet for a moment. Then she stood, straightened her robes with the crisp efficiency that seemed built into her movements, and looked at him. I'll have an answer within 5 days, she said. The registry archive is in the lower ministry levels. It's not commonly accessed. Thank you, said Harry. She left. Harry sat in a chair and looked at the door and felt the specific tension of a thing that was very close, not done yet, but close, like a knot almost fully untied, the last loop barely holding. Nala appeared in the doorway. Well? She's checking the Fidelius registry, said Harry. Nala came in and sat down and picked up her notebook. How confident are you? The record exists, said Harry. The charm was that significant. Someone would have witnessed and registered it. He paused. The question is whether Pettigrew's name is on it. And if it is? Then we have everything, said Harry. The tampered report, the forensic confirmation of the tampering, and a registry record naming the actual secret keeper. He looked at the desk. No trial in the world looks at that evidence and convicts Sirius Black. Sirius Black, said Nala, has been in Azkaban for 7 years. I know. Even if he gets out, she paused, choosing words with the care she always used when she was saying something important. 7 years with Dementors does things to people. He might not be what you're hoping he is. Harry looked at her. He'd thought about this. He'd thought about it a lot, in the way he thought about difficult things, not around them, but through them, following the uncomfortable line of possibility to wherever it led. He might not be, he said. But he deserves to find out who he is without a tower in the North Sea deciding it for him. He paused. And I deserve to find out who he is too. He was my parents' choice. That means something. Nala looked at him for a moment. Then she nodded, a single, decisive movement that meant she'd heard it and accepted it. The record will show Pettigrew, she said. Not a question. The way she said things she was fairly sure of. Yes, said Harry. Then we wait 5 days. 4, said Harry. Bones works fast when she's decided. It was 3. The letter arrived on a Wednesday morning, Gringotts courier again. Bones had adopted the Gringotts courier system for anything she sent to Harry after the first exchange, because, as she'd said at their second meeting, it made chain of custody simpler and she liked simplicity in evidentiary matters. Harry was in the middle of a rune practice session. He broke it off, took the letter from the courier, and opened it standing in the corridor. Mr. Potter. The Fidelius Registry records from October 1981 have been located. They were filed under a restricted classification, standard for wartime protection charms of this magnitude. The record confirms that the Fidelius charm protecting the Potter family at Godric's Hollow was witnessed by Albus Dumbledore and registered under the name of the secret keeper. The name on the registry is Peter Pettigrew. Sirius Black is not mentioned in any capacity. I am initiating formal proceedings for an emergency Wiesengemot review of the 1981 conviction. I expect the review to be scheduled within 3 weeks. Your attendance may be requested. A. Bones. Harry read it twice. He folded it precisely along its original creases and put it in his inside pocket. He went to Ragnok's office. Ragnok was at his desk, writing. He looked up. Harry handed him the letter. Ragnok read it. He set it down. He was quiet for a moment in the specific way of someone who is feeling something they don't normally allow themselves to feel during working hours. 3 weeks, said Harry. Yes. I want to testify at the review. I assumed as much, said Ragnok. We'll prepare. I also want to, Harry paused. This was the part he'd been thinking about since he found the files. The part that was harder to say than legal strategy. Ragnok. Is there a way to communicate with Azkaban? With a prisoner? Ragnok looked at him. Not directly. The Dementors prevent standard owl communication. There is a ministry channel, written communication through the prison administration, but it's heavily monitored and rarely approved. Is there a Goblin channel? Ragnok was quiet. Gringotts has financial accounts for certain long-term prisoners, he said slowly. Account management communication is permitted under Ministry Gringotts Treaty. It cannot be denied. He looked at Harry. The Potter estate has no current financial connection to Sirius Black. No, said Harry. But the Potter estate could establish one. A bequest from the will that was never properly administered. A financial matter requiring communication. He looked at Ragnok. Is that accurate? Is there a genuine financial matter? The will designated Black as primary guardian, said Ragnok carefully. And included a financial provision, a sum held in trust for the guardian during the minor years, to be used for the heir's maintenance. He paused. That trust was never activated because the guardianship was never activated. It does, technically, represent an unresolved financial matter. Then Gringotts needs to contact Sirius Black, said Harry, about an unresolved financial matter. Ragnok looked at him for a long moment. Something moved behind his eyes, complicated, layered, the look of a being who has maintained strict professional neutrality for 63 years and is finding, in late career, that neutrality has its limits. I'll draft the communication request today, said Ragnok. Thank you, said Harry. Ragnok stood, picked up the letter, and set it in the document tray with the careful precision he used for things that were going in the permanent file. At the door he paused, in the way he sometimes did, Not because he'd forgotten something but because he'd decided to say something he'd been considering. "Harry," he said. Harry looked up. "You have been working toward this since the second week you were here," said Ragnok. "Since before you knew all the evidence. Since before you knew Bones' name." He paused. "You had a direction before you had the facts to justify it." "I knew he was in Azkaban and shouldn't have been," said Harry. "The facts just took time to catch up." Ragnok looked at him steadily. "When he gets out," he said, "he will not be whole. Azkaban takes things. Some of what it takes doesn't come back." "I know," said Harry. "Nala told me." "And you still want to." "He's my family," said Harry, and the simplicity of it settled the matter, the way simple true things did. "He's the family my parents chose. Whatever he is now, whatever Azkaban has done, he's still that." Ragnok held his gaze for another moment. Then he nodded, once, and left. Harry sat in the chair that had become his chair, in the office that had become partly his office, in the bank that had become his home, and he looked at the enchanted mountains through Ragnok's window, a different view from his bedroom window but the same mountains, the same light changing on stone. He thought about a tower in the North Sea. He thought about a man who had laughed because the alternative was something worse, laughed in the street with 12 dead people around him and the knowledge that he'd failed to protect the people he loved most and the person responsible had just died, had just slipped out of the reach of justice by dying, and had taken any chance of proof with him. He thought about what 7 years of that did to a person. He thought about the letter that Ragnok was drafting right now, the carefully official letter about an unresolved financial matter, that would reach a prison in the North Sea and be handed to a man who probably hadn't received a letter since his arrest. He hoped Sirius Black still had enough left in him to read it. He thought, on balance, that he did. Whatever Azkaban had taken, Harry thought about a man who'd been best friends with his father, who'd been trusted with the most important secret imaginable, who'd shown up to that street knowing what he'd find and gone anyway, and thought, that was someone. Not nothing. Someone. And someone, given a reason to hold on, usually could. The mountains outside caught the last of the afternoon light and went gold for about 3 minutes before the clouds came in again, which was the way of mountains in Scotland in autumn, and Harry watched them and let himself feel the full weight of the thing that was happening, not with satisfaction, not with triumph, but with something quieter and more serious. He was 7 years old. He'd lived in a cupboard for 5 years and found a coin in a crack in a wall and ended up here, and in the 2 years since he'd built something, an argument, a legal record, a network of people who took him seriously, a growing understanding of the world he'd been born into and what it owed and what he owed it. And in 3 weeks, if everything held, if Bones' evidence was as solid as Harry believed it was, if the Wisengamot could be moved by facts when they were laid out in order, if the truth was as stubborn as he needed it to be, a man who had been in a tower for 7 years would come out of it. That was enough for today. He picked up his rune practice slate and went back to work. Chapter 6, Fire in the Courtroom. The letter reached Azkaban on a Friday. Harry knew this because Ragnok had arranged for a delivery confirmation, an old Goblin treaty provision that meant any communication sent through official Gringotts channels to a ministry-controlled facility had to be logged and acknowledged within 24 hours. The confirmation came back Saturday morning, communication received. Prisoner 7741, Black, Sirius Orion, confirmed in receipt. Harry read the confirmation and set it down and went to his rune practice. There was nothing else to do until Sirius responded, and doing nothing was not something Harry was good at, so he worked instead, running the 7th-tier structural forms Nala had given him last week, the ones that were pushing the edge of what she'd originally said he could attempt at this stage. He got 3 of them wrong and 2 of them right, and one of them produced a faint resonance in the slate that Nala, hearing it from the other room, came to look at without comment, examined for 30 seconds, and then went back to her desk. He was doing it right. He moved on to the 8th form. The response from Azkaban came 9 days later, on a Monday, and it was not what Harry expected. Not because of what it said, but because of what it looked like. The parchment was standard prison issue, gray, thin, the cheap ministry kind, and the writing on it was cramped and uneven, which Harry had expected because 7 years in a cold tower would do things to handwriting. But it wasn't the quality of the writing that stopped him. It was the volume of it. 2 words. Who's asking? No question mark. Not a question so much as a test. 2 words in uneven letters that took up about a quarter of the page, and the rest was blank. Harry read it 3 times, then smiled, the real one, the one that changed his face. He picked up a quill. My name is Harry Potter. You knew my parents. I've been looking into your case for over a year and I believe you're innocent and I intend to prove it. There is a Whisked review scheduled in 2 weeks. I'll be testifying. I wanted you to know. He thought about adding more. He didn't. He sent it. The response took 4 days, which was the minimum turnaround given the prison administration's processing time. This time the writing was still uneven but covered most of the page, and Harry read it standing in the corridor outside his room at 6:30 in the morning when the courier arrived. I knew your parents. I knew your father better than I knew anyone. I'm not going to tell you what to do about the review because you clearly don't need anyone to tell you what to do about anything, but, if you're really doing this, if this is real, don't do it for me. Do it because it's right. If that happens to also help me then I don't have a word for what I'll be. I've stopped having words for things. But. Thank you. Don't say anything at the review that isn't true. Harry read it twice. Then he folded it very carefully, the way he folded things that were going in a specific place, and put it in the drawer in his desk where he kept the things that mattered most, the bronze disc, Flamel's letters, Nala's first rune lesson notes, the delivery confirmation of his name being added to the Potter Stone. He went to tell Ragnok he was ready for the hearing. The Whisked convened an emergency session on a Wednesday, 3 weeks after Bones' letter, and the chamber was full. Not 43 members this time. All 92. Harry noticed this as he walked in, the tiers full, the plum robes arranged in full circle, the particular atmosphere of a room where everyone knows something significant is about to happen. The public gallery was also occupied, which was unusual for a review session, journalists, ministry officials, a handful of people who had clearly arrived early to secure seats. He walked in beside Ragnok and felt the shift in the room when people recognized him. Not dramatic, not parting like the sea, just a change in the quality of the watching, the specific shift from general observation to particular attention. He was 7 years old and walked like he knew where he was going. Amelia Bones was already at the prosecutor's table with a stack of documents and an expression that was focused and entirely contained. She gave Harry a brief nod as he took his seat in the witness area, not the chains, the formal chair for review proceedings, and he returned it. Tiberius Ogden called the session. This emergency review is convened under Section 31 of the Whisked Charter, said Ogden, to examine the validity of the 1981 conviction of Sirius Orion Black on charges of murder and conspiracy. New evidence has been submitted to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and reviewed by this body's standing committee. He looked around the chamber. Director Bones will present the evidentiary case. Following that, the review will hear testimony from, he looked at his parchment, Harry James Potter, head of the ancient and noble house of Potter, as a material witness in the custodial matter that is directly relevant to this conviction. A murmur around the chamber at that. The public gallery was very attentive. Lucius Malfoy was in the upper tier. Harry had seen him the moment he walked in, 3rd row, center position, robes of deep charcoal, expression arranged in the careful configuration of someone who is watching closely and doesn't want to appear to be watching closely. Harry had looked at him for exactly the time it took to register his position and moved on. Bones stood. She was extraordinary at this. Harry had suspected it from their meetings but watching her in the chamber confirmed it. She had a quality of absolute authority that came from somewhere below performance, from the actual bone of her conviction that the law was a serious thing and deserved serious treatment. She didn't perform certainty. She simply was certain, and the room caught it. She laid out the evidence in order. The procedural irregularity first, the absence of a trial, the summary conviction under ministerial directive, the legal framework that made this possible in 1981 but which had since been tightened precisely because of cases like this one. She cited 3 legal scholars and 2 previous Wiesengemot precedents. The chamber was quiet and attentive. Then the tampered report. She walked through it with the precision of someone who has prepared for counterarguments and built the presentation to eliminate each one. The different ink, confirmed by 2 independent experts. The different date, established by document dating charms. The different hand, confirmed by handwriting analysis against Bartemius Crouch Sr.'s documented writing samples. The fact that Crouch was not the filing author and had no procedural authority to amend the report. The murmur that went around the chamber at this was different from the earlier one, lower, more serious. Harry watched members' faces. Some had clearly expected this and were managing their expressions. Most had not, and weren't bothering to manage. In the upper tier, Lucius Malfoy's expression had not changed. Harry noted this. The notation reads, "Suspect confessed to crime at scene of apprehension," said Bones. This notation, added 3 days after the arrest by a non-filing party with no authority to amend the report, constitutes the primary evidentiary basis for the summary conviction. Remove it, and there is no recorded confession. Remove the confession, and there is no case without a trial. She paused. There was never a trial. Then the Fidelius Registry. She produced the record, certified copy, the original retained by the Ministry Archive, and read the relevant section aloud. The name of the secret keeper. Pettigrew. Not Black. The chamber noise this time was not a murmur. Ogden raised his hand for quiet and got it, but it took longer than before. The Fidelius charm, said Bones, over the settling chamber, protects a location by placing knowledge of it in a single person, the secret keeper. The secret cannot be disclosed without the keeper's will. If Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper for the Potter family's location, she looked around the chamber, then Sirius Black could not have betrayed it. Physically. Magically. He did not have the information to betray. The nature of the charm makes this impossible. Complete silence. This review is therefore being asked to determine, said Bones, setting down her documents with finality, whether the conviction of Sirius Black can stand in the absence of its sole evidentiary support, and in the presence of a registered magical record that makes the core allegation against him magically impossible. She sat down. Ogden looked around the chamber. He was a careful man, Harry had decided, not brilliant, but solid, with the quality of someone who took their responsibilities seriously and didn't enjoy being wrong. The chamber will hear from the witness, he said. Mr. Potter. Harry stood. He walked to the center of the chamber floor, which was his space. He'd decided that the first time he came here, that the floor was his space, not the tiers, and looked up at 92 members and the public gallery and Griselda Marchbanks at her desk and Amelia Bones at the prosecutor's table and, in the upper tier, Lucius Malfoy. My name is Harry James Potter, he said. I am 7 years old. I am here as a material witness in this review because the conviction of Sirius Black directly affected my custodial placement, and the conditions of that placement are documented in the Wiesengemot's own records from the Protectorate claim proceeding last year. His voice was steady. Not loud, the chamber had extraordinary acoustics and didn't require volume, but clear, and level, and entirely without performance. I want to address something that Director Bones' presentation has established but not fully explored, he said, which is the question of motive. A shift in the chamber. This was not what they'd expected. They'd expected a child's account of suffering, useful, probably, but expected. The Fidelius Registry establishes that Peter Pettigrew was the secret keeper, said Harry. This means that Pettigrew betrayed my parents to Voldemort. Pettigrew is dead, he was killed by Sirius Black in the street, according to the Auror reports, and a finger is the only thing left of him. He paused. But I want this chamber to consider the actual sequence of events that night. Because I've read all the files, and the sequence is important. Several members leaned forward slightly. Sirius Black was not the secret keeper, said Harry. He knew who was, he knew Pettigrew was. He went to Pettigrew that night. We know this because the explosion happened at Pettigrew's location, and Black was found there. The reports describe Black confronting Pettigrew. He looked around the chamber. Consider what that confrontation would have been. Black had just lost James and Lily Potter. He knew Pettigrew had betrayed them. He went to confront the man who'd killed his best friends. And Pettigrew, who had spent years as a spy for Voldemort and who knew what it meant that his cover was now blown, Pettigrew did the only thing that would save him. He publicly accused Black of the betrayal, created the explosion, killed 12 Muggles, cut off his own finger to fake his death, and transformed. The chamber was absolutely still. Pettigrew was an animagus, said Harry. An unregistered one. He transformed into a rat. He disappeared in the chaos. He let that sit. Every person who survived that scene saw Black, not Pettigrew, standing in the wreckage. They heard Pettigrew's accusation before the explosion. They found a finger. They arrested the man who was still there. He paused. Sirius Black was still there because he didn't run. Because he was in shock, because he'd lost everything, because the person who'd done it had just died in front of him and framed him for it simultaneously, and because laughing, which the Aura reports note he did, was all he had left. Complete silence. A woman in the second tier, younger than most, with dark skin and an expression that had been focused since Bones began, raised her hand. Ogden nodded to her. Mr. Potter, she said. You're describing Pettigrew as alive. As an animagus in hiding. Yes, said Harry. That's an extraordinary claim. It is, Harry agreed. I can't prove it today. What I can prove, what Director Bones has proved, is that Sirius Black couldn't have committed the crime he was convicted of, because he didn't have the information required to commit it. That's what this review needs to decide. The question of where Pettigrew is, if he's alive, is a separate investigation. He looked at her. I'd recommend it be opened. You'd recommend, said the woman, and her tone was not dismissive, but it had a quality, not quite amusement, not quite challenge. Yes, said Harry. I'd also recommend someone check the Animagus registry for the years prior to 1981 and look for any unregistered transformations detected by the monitoring charms. I believe the record will be incomplete. He paused. If it would help, I can provide the relevant statute citations. A sound from somewhere in the tiers, not a laugh, but the edge of one, controlled and suppressed. Ogden's face had a very specific quality. It was the face of a man who had been in this chamber for 30 years and was encountering something new. Are there other questions for the witness? He said. There were several. Harry answered them. He answered the hostile ones, from two members who had clearly arrived with positions and were looking for weaknesses in the evidentiary case, with the same level precision he used for the friendly ones, because a hostile question deserved a better answer than a friendly one, not a worse one. Robert Foley asked whether the Fidelius registry could have been altered after the fact. Harry explained, in the language he'd learned from the Goblin archive sessions with Nala, exactly why magical registry records of this type couldn't be retroactively altered. The charm architecture that created them also preserved them against amendment, and the dating charms Bones' team had applied confirmed the record's age. He cited the relevant magical theory with enough specificity that Foley stopped asking follow-up questions. Augusta Longbottom didn't ask a question. She made a statement, briskly and with the force of someone who has made up their mind. The evidence presented today is sufficient for this review body to make a determination, she said. I'd like to call for the vote. 3 members seconded it. Ogden called the deliberation. Harry returned to his seat. Bones gave him a look that was, by her standards, warm, which meant briefly direct eye contact and a very slight nod. He returned it. The deliberation took 35 minutes. Harry sat beside Ragnok and was very still. Not anxious, or not only anxious, but the stillness of someone holding something carefully. He thought about the letter in the drawer in his room. Don't say anything at the review that isn't true. He hadn't. Every word he'd said was documented, cross-referenced, accurate. He thought about the 2 words. Who's asking? He thought about what 7 years in a tower did to handwriting, and to people. He thought, hold on. Just a little longer. The chamber reconvened. Ogden read the result into the record with the formal, precise language of a man who understood he was making legal history and was choosing his words accordingly. The Wisengamot Review, having considered the evidence presented by Director Bones of the DMLE and the testimony of Mr. Potter, has determined as follows. First, the conviction of Sirius Orion Black in 1981 cannot stand, as its sole evidentiary support, the confession notation, has been determined to be fraudulent, and the primary allegation, the betrayal of the Potter family's location, has been established as magically impossible given the Fidelius registry record. He paused. Second, the summary conviction method employed in 1981 is found to have violated minimum standards of judicial procedure and is to be referred to the full Wisengamot for review of systemic practice. Another pause. Third, Sirius Orion Black is hereby exonerated. All charges are vacated. The order for his release from Azkaban is issued with immediate effect. The vote had been 78-14. The chamber noise that followed was not orderly. Ogden let it run for 30 seconds, then restored quiet. Harry sat in his chair and felt, something large and specific and very quiet. Not triumph. Not quite. Something slower than triumph, and more serious. The feeling of a thing finally being correct that had been wrong for a very long time. He looked at Bones across the chamber. She was already organizing her documents with the efficiency of someone who has done what they came to do and is thinking about what comes next. She caught his eye and gave him the look again, the brief, direct one. He looked at the upper tier. Lucius Malfoy was speaking in a low voice to the member beside him, his expression arranged in what Harry had come to think of as his public configuration, pleasant, measured, betraying nothing. But his hands on the railing were very slightly tighter than they'd been when the session started. Harry noted it. He turned to Ragnok. How long until he's out? The order is immediate, said Ragnok. Physically, the transport takes time. The Azkaban administration will process the paperwork, provide the prisoner with appropriate support, said Harry. Standard Ministry release protocol for long-term prisoners. Medical assessment, transitional documentation. He paused. 2 or 3 days, practically speaking. Harry nodded. He was standing to leave when the woman who'd asked about Pettigrew caught up with him. She'd come down from the tiers quickly. Up close she was younger than she'd looked from the floor, mid-30s, with a focused, direct quality that Harry responded to. Mr. Potter, she said. Hestia Jones, Office of Auror Intelligence. She looked at him steadily. Your suggestion about the Animagus registry. Were you speculating, or do you have a basis? Both, said Harry. The logical structure supports the possibility. But I'd want to look at the registry before I made a stronger claim. The registry is restricted access. I know. He looked at her. Is it something you can pursue? She studied him. You just got an innocent man freed from Azkaban, she said. I think I can pull a registry record. A pause. If I find what you're suggesting, then Pettigrew is alive, he's been hiding, and he's the reason my parents are dead, said Harry. He should be found. He paused. I'm not suggesting this for revenge. I'm suggesting it because he's a loose end and loose ends connected to Voldemort seem like a bad idea to leave unaddressed. Hestia Jones looked at him for a long moment. How old are you? She said. 7, said Harry. Right, she said, in the tone of someone filing a significant piece of information. She nodded at him and went back up the tier steps with efficient speed. Harry turned to find Dumbledore at his shoulder. He hadn't seen him in the chamber, hadn't, actually, been looking for him. Dumbledore had recused himself from the claim hearing and Harry had assumed this one too, but apparently the emergency session was different. He was standing 2 steps away with his magnificent robes and his half-moon glasses and an expression that was complicated and genuine and had several different things in it at once. "That," said Dumbledore, "was very well done." "Thank you," said Harry. "The Pettigrew theory," said Dumbledore, carefully. "I should have," he stopped. "Tried again. I had doubts. About Black's guilt. I suppressed them because the alternative was too complicated." "I know," said Harry. "I should have told you." A pause. "I should have investigated." "Yes," said Harry. "But you can help now." He looked at Dumbledore. "When Sirius gets out, he'll need support. Not management. Support. There's a difference." Dumbledore looked at him. "You're drawing a distinction for my benefit." "Yes," said Harry, pleasantly. "Is it landing?" Something moved in Dumbledore's eyes, that recalibrating quality, the particular quality Harry had come to recognize as the old man genuinely changing his mind about something in real time, which was rarer and more valuable than most people knew. "I believe it is," he said. "Good." Harry picked up his bag, the one Nala had made him for document transport, dark cloth with a strengthening charm on the seams. "We should talk about Pettigrew. Properly. After Sirius is out and settled." "Yes," said Dumbledore. "We should. I'll have Ragnok arrange it." Harry moved toward the exit. "And Professor?" Dumbledore looked at him. "The 14 members who voted against the exoneration," said Harry. "I'd like to know who they are and what their connection to the 1981 conviction is." A pause. "That's a significant investigation to suggest." "Yes," said Harry. "People who had reason to want Sirius Black to stay in Azkaban are people worth understanding." He paused. "Especially when we know Voldemort isn't gone." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then, with the gravity of someone doing something they should have done earlier and know it, "I'll make inquiries," he said. Harry nodded and walked out. The corridor outside the chamber was full, members and their aides, journalists who'd been in the gallery angling for comments, ministry officials moving with the particular energy of people who are recalibrating political positions. Harry walked through it at a pace that wasn't hurried but didn't invite stopping, and several people stepped slightly aside without quite knowing why. He was 3 steps from the exit to the atrium when Lucius Malfoy appeared beside him. Not rushing, Malfoy didn't rush, it wouldn't suit him, but moving at the exact pace required to intercept without appearing to intercept. The cane clicked on the stone floor. "Mr. Potter," said Malfoy. "An impressive performance." "Thank you," said Harry. "Were you one of the 14? A pause, very brief, very controlled, and then the pleasant expression was back. "I voted with the majority," said Malfoy. "Of course. Of course." Harry filed the non-answer with precision. "Wonderful," he said. "I'm glad the chamber came to the right conclusion." "As am I." Malfoy fell into step beside him, which was not something Harry had invited and didn't protest, because Malfoy walking beside him in a corridor was an opportunity. "The black matter is resolved. But there are other matters, the matter of Pettigrew, for instance, that will require considerable political navigation." "I'm sure," said Harry. "I could be useful," said Malfoy, smoothly. "My connections in the DMLE, the Wisengamot, I've been offering my assistance for some time, Mr. Potter. I hope you know the offer is genuine." Harry looked at him sideways. Malfoy was good, the offer sounded genuine, and the concern sounded genuine, and a year ago, before all of this, he might have found it harder to locate the specific quality that was wrong. But he'd read Malfoy's correspondence for over a year now. He'd watched the hands on the railing. He knew what genuine looked like and what it looked like when it was very well performed. "I appreciate it," said Harry. "Genuinely. And I'm sure there will be matters where your perspective is valuable." He paused at the atrium entrance and looked at Malfoy directly. "Can I ask you something?" "Of course," said Malfoy. "Did you know Pettigrew was the secret keeper?" The pause this time was different. Not brief. Not one beat. Two, and something moved in the silver pale eyes that was too fast to read but not fast enough to miss entirely. "I had no such information," said Malfoy. "Of course not," said Harry, pleasantly. It was a genuine question. He smiled. "Thank you for your support today. I'll be in touch about, I imagine there will be a great deal to navigate." He walked into the atrium. Ragnok was already there. They walked to the exit and Harry didn't look back. "He knew," said Ragnok quietly, when they were through. "Or he suspected," said Harry. "And didn't investigate because an innocent Sirius Black was more inconvenient than a guilty one." He thought for a moment. "He's connected to Voldemort. Through the Death Eater history. And he's connected to the 14 members who voted against the exoneration." "You want to know who the 14 are," said Ragnok. "Dumbledore's making inquiries," said Harry. "And I want to cross-reference them with Gringotts records. Anyone in that 14 who has made unusual financial movements in the past decade, unusual gifts, large transfers, anonymous accounts, I want to know." "That is significantly outside estate management," said Ragnok. "Is it possible?" Ragnok was quiet for a moment. "Within certain treaty provisions governing financial patterns that might represent a threat to Gringotts clients, yes." He paused. "It would require a formal threat designation." "The man who killed my parents isn't dead," said Harry. "I'm a Gringotts client. Does that qualify?" "Yes," said Ragnok. "That qualifies." Harry nodded. They walked out into the grey London afternoon, and the traffic was loud after the chamber's acoustics, and somewhere north of them in the North Sea a tower was processing a release order and a man was hearing, for the first time in 7 years, that he was going to see the sky. Harry hoped he could still see it when he got there, really see it, the way you couldn't when the Dementors had been close for too long. He hoped there was enough of Sirius Black left to look up. He thought, on balance, there was. He'd written back after Harry's second letter. He'd said, "Don't do it for me, do it because it's right." That was a person. That was someone who still had principles, even in a tower, even after 7 years. Principles didn't survive nothing. They survived something, some remaining piece of self that had held on. "Ragnok," said Harry, as they reached the phone box entrance. "When he gets out. Where will he go?" Ragnok looked at him. "He has no property under his own name. His family home, Grimmauld Place, is entailed to the Black Estate, which is managed separately. He will need, somewhere." "Gringotts has accommodation," said Harry. "3rd level. Eastern corridor." He paused. "The room next to mine is storage." Ragnok looked at him for a long moment. The afternoon grey light made his face harder to read, though Harry had gotten very good at reading it. "I'll have it prepared," said Ragnok. "He might not want it," said Harry. "He might want something else entirely. But I want him to have the option." "He'll have it," said Ragnok. They went down into the ministry exit and Harry held the sides of the rising platform and thought about 2 days. 2 days until the transport. 2 days and then a man came out of a tower, blinking, and had to figure out what the world was now. He'd help with that. He was good at figuring out what the world was. Chapter 7. The world outside the vault. Sirius Black arrived at Gringotts on a Thursday morning, 4 days after the exoneration. The extra 2 days were the ministry's doing, processing delays, medical assessment, transitional documentation, the specific administrative inertia of a system that had not been built with swift releases in mind. Harry had tracked the timeline through Bones' office, and on the morning of the 3rd day he'd sent a very polite, very precise letter to the processing department noting that delay in executing a Wisengamot order carried specific legal penalties under Charter Section 44, and that he would appreciate an updated timeline. The fourth day, Sirius Black arrived. Harry was in the annex with Nala when Ragnok came to the door. He didn't say anything, just stood there, which was how Ragnok communicated things that were significant enough to require presence instead of words. Harry closed the practice slate, stood up, and followed him. They went to the eastern ground-level entrance, which opened onto a side street in Diagon Alley, not the main Gringotts entrance with its marble steps and goblin guards, but the discreet door used for arrivals that didn't need an audience. 2 ministry escorts were there, both looking slightly ill at ease in the way of people who have been told a place is neutral territory and aren't quite sure what that means for their authority. Between them was Sirius Black. Harry stopped. He'd built up an image from the files, the Azkaban intake photograph, gaunt and dark-eyed, taken 7 years ago. The description in the investigation reports. The handwriting that had gone from cramped to slightly less cramped over the 2 letters. The man standing in Gringotts' side entrance was both exactly what Harry had expected and nothing like it. Sirius Black was tall, that was the first thing, and Harry thought it was probably a more noticeable quality now because he was thin in the way that people were thin when they had lost a significant portion of themselves, the bones of him more present than they should have been, his face hollowed in places that faces shouldn't hollow. His hair was long and hadn't been cut in what looked like years, and it was the same dark color as Harry's in terms of general shade but fell differently, and his eyes were gray, not green, and they were, Harry looked at them and thought, there's the person. Because the eyes were wrong for someone who had been in Azkaban for 7 years. Not wrong in the way of being healthy, they weren't, they had the particular flat quality of eyes that had seen things they couldn't unsee, but wrong in the way of being awake. Present. Sirius Black was looking at the world with the specific quality of someone who is still looking. He was looking at Harry. Harry walked up to him and said, "Hello." Sirius Black looked at him for a long moment. His face moved through several things in rapid succession. Harry watched them go, not trying to catalog them all, just letting them happen. When it settled into something that was raw and careful at the same time. "You're small," said Sirius. His voice was rough, not surprising, probably not used much, but it had a quality underneath the roughness, like something that had been good once and was finding its way back. "I'm 8, said Harry. "Ragnok can tell you what I've been like." Sirius looked at Ragnok. Ragnok looked back with the contained expression he used for moments that required dignity. "Mr. Black," said Ragnok. "Welcome to Gringotts." Something moved through Sirius's face at the formality of it. "I have an unresolved financial matter, apparently," he said, and Harry caught something in the tone, something dry, not quite a joke but the shape of one, the place where a joke would have been if he'd been more himself. "You do," said Harry. "It's a trust provision in my parents' will. We can discuss it when you're settled." He looked at the ministry escorts. "He's in Gringotts' protection now. You're done." One of the escorts straightened. "Ministry procedure requires a transition briefing." The escorts left, with the slightly confused energy of people who have been efficiently removed from a situation before they fully understood how it happened. The side door closed. The 3 of them stood in the entrance corridor, Harry, Ragnok, and Sirius Black, who was looking around at the stone walls and the green-flamed brackets with the careful, measuring look of someone reorienting to a world that has changed in their absence. "It's underground," said Sirius. "Most of it," said Harry. "But there's a window in your room that shows the actual sky. In real time. It's a complicated enchantment but it works well." Sirius looked at him. "You arranged a room. You don't have to use it," said Harry. "If you want to go somewhere else, we can help with that. But I wanted you to have the option." A pause. Something moved in Sirius's eyes, something that was too large and too complex to name and which Sirius clearly didn't try to name either, just let it move through him and kept standing upright while it did. "Show me the window," he said. Harry showed him the window. The first week was not comfortable. Harry hadn't expected comfortable. He'd read enough about Azkaban, from the files, from Nala's research, from a paper Flamel had referenced in one of his letters about the psychomagical effects of long-term Dementor proximity, to know that coming out wasn't a clean transition. It wasn't a door opening into daylight. It was more like a person who'd been in deep water for a long time slowly, painfully learning to breathe air again. Sirius spent the first 2 days mostly in the room. Not sleeping, Harry suspected he couldn't sleep easily, or at all, but there, existing in a space that was not a cell, which was already a different thing. Harry didn't crowd him. He left food outside the door at mealtimes with the specific practicality of someone who understood what it was to not want to eat in company, and the plates came back empty. He came to the archive annex on the third morning. Harry was working on a 9th-tier rune form. The structural architecture of it was complex enough that he'd been trying it for 4 days without getting it entirely right, which was unusual for him, which meant it was the right level of difficulty, which meant he was paying attention. He looked up when Sirius appeared in the doorway and then looked back at his practice slate. "Sit down if you want," he said. "I'm working on something." Sirius sat in the second chair, the one that was technically Nala's but which she rarely used, preferring to stand or pace. He looked around the annex. The scrolls, the ledgers, the rune charts on the wall, the 2 inkwells, the stack of notebooks that were Harry's. "What are those?" He nodded at the notebooks. "Notes," said Harry. "Things I'm learning. I started keeping them when I arrived." "When you arrived?" Sirius turned this over. "You've been here, how long?" "Over 2 years now." Sirius looked at the stack. There were 11 notebooks now. Harry had started a 12th. "You've been here for 2 years, said Sirius, "learning things." "In a bank." "Goblins know things most wizards don't," said Harry. "Rune work. Magical theory. Estate law. Archive systems." He tried the 9th-tier form again, got the first 3 strokes right and the 4th wrong, reset the slate. "Also it's safe." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "Privet drive," he said. "I read the hearing transcript. The custodial file." Harry kept his eyes on the slate. Bones had the records released. "Harry." Sirius's voice had a particular quality on the name, the specific, complicated quality of someone saying a word that carries more weight than its 2 syllables. "I'm fine," said Harry, and meant it, and looked up to make sure Sirius could see that he meant it. "I was unhappy there. I'm not unhappy here. The unhappy part is over." He paused. "Are you all right?" Sirius looked slightly thrown by the reversal. Then, slowly, something happened in his expression, something that was not quite the shape of a smile but was in the right direction. "No," he said. "Not yet." "Okay," said Harry. "That's honest." He returned to the slate. "Nala will be in at 10. She's noisy when she's reorganizing but she doesn't require conversation." "What are you drawing?" "Building," Harry corrected. "It's a rune form. Goblin runic script. The 9th-tier structural form." He paused. "I keep getting the 4th stroke wrong. The angle is too shallow." Sirius leaned forward slightly, looking at the slate. "It looks like a letter," he said. "It functions like a machine component," said Harry. "It's not communicating something. It's doing something." He tried the form again. This time the 4th stroke was better. Not right, but better. He looked at it. "When you get it right," said Sirius, "how do you know?" "The slate resonates," said Harry. "You can feel it. Like something clicking into the right position." Sirius was quiet. He was watching Harry's hands on the stylus. "Your father," he said, very carefully, "used to do something similar. Not this, obviously, but the same way of being with something. When he was learning something hard he'd get very quiet and very specific and he'd be at it for hours without noticing." He paused. "You hold the stylus the way he held a quill." Harry was still on the slate. He didn't look up. He let the information sit exactly where it landed, which was somewhere warm and specific and not quite painful. "Tell me more of those," he said. "When you have them. I want to know." "Okay," said Sirius, and his voice had a different quality now, steadier. Like someone finding a footing on uncertain ground. "Okay." Nala arrived at 10, reorganized a shelf with considerable noise, looked at Sirius in the second chair without apparent surprise. She'd known he was coming, of course she'd known, she knew everything that happened in the archive annex, and said, "You can stay if you're quiet." Sirius blinked. Right. "Yes. He'll be quiet," said Harry. He was. By the end of the second week, Sirius had established a morning habit. He appeared at the annex around 9, sat in the second chair, and observed. Sometimes he asked questions. Mostly he watched. The watching had a particular quality, Harry thought, not passive, not simply present, but the watching of someone who is slowly filling in a picture of the world they'd missed, piece by piece, using what they could find. He asked about the Wisengamot hearing. Harry walked him through it, not the public version but the actual version, the strategy behind the evidentiary order, the decision to lead with procedural irregularity before the tampered report, the Pettigrew theory and how it had landed. Sirius listened to all of it with his grey eyes focused and his expression doing things he didn't bother to control. When Harry finished, Sirius was quiet for a long moment. "You were 8 when you testified," he said. "7, said Harry. "I turned 8 in July." "You testified in front of the full Wisengamot at age 7, said Sirius. "About the night my 2 best friends were killed." "About, Pettigrew." His voice changed on the name. "About what he did." "Yes." "And you just said it. Like it was information." "It was information," said Harry. "The best way to help you was to present the information clearly. So that's what I did." Sirius looked at him for a long time. "That's James's logic," he said. "James could always do that, hold something terrible and turn it into a problem to be solved. Lily said it drove her mad sometimes." A pause. "She'd hold it and feel it first and then solve it. He'd solve it and feel it after." His expression shifted. "You do both at the same time, I think." Harry considered this. "Maybe," he said. "It's not a criticism. I know. I'm deciding whether it's accurate." Sirius almost smiled. It was the closest he'd gotten in 2 weeks, and Harry noted it with the same precision he used for rune resonance. Something clicking toward the right position. The formal conversation about the financial trust happened in Ragnok's office in the 3rd week, all 3 of them present, and it was handled with Ragnok's characteristic efficiency. The trust provision explained, the amount involved, the options for Sirius under the Potter estate's new authority structure. Sirius listened, asked 2 precise questions that surprised Ragnok slightly, the kind of questions that came from someone who had, before Azkaban, been familiar with how these things worked, and accepted the arrangement with a lack of drama that Harry had come to think of as characteristic. The dramatic quality that the files and Dumbledore's description suggested was there, somewhere underneath, the quality of someone who in their natural state was large and loud and took up significant room in any space, but Azkaban had quieted it down to something more contained. Harry thought it would come back. He thought it was in the process of coming back, carefully, the way things grew back after a hard winter. He was right. It started with the 3rd week, when Sirius discovered that Harry had never learned to play chess. This was apparently intolerable. Sirius had materialized a chess set from somewhere, possibly from the Gringotts games room on the 2nd level, which Harry had never visited because Nala found games rooms inefficient, and arrived in the annex one afternoon with it under his arm and the specific expression of someone who has found a purpose. "Sit down," said Sirius. Harry looked at the board. "I'm working." "Work later." Sirius was already setting up the pieces with a speed that suggested deep familiarity. "Your father was an outstanding chess player and I refuse to be responsible for his son not knowing the basics." I know the basics, said Harry. I read about it. Sirius stopped setting up pieces and looked at him. You read about chess. I read about most things before I encounter them. It's efficient. Chess is not efficient, said Sirius. Chess is not a thing you read about. He finished setting up and gestured at the chair across from him. Sit. Harry sat. He was good at chess within 20 minutes, which was both faster than Sirius expected and slower than Harry had hoped, because reading about chess and actually playing chess were, he discovered, not the same thing at all. The reading gave him the rules and the theory, the actual play was something different, more alive, requiring a kind of responsive thinking that wasn't theoretical. He lost the first game in 14 moves. Again, said Harry. They played for 3 hours. Harry lost the first 5 and won the 6th, and the 6th was genuine, not handed to him, not a deliberate loss from Sirius, but actually won, and Sirius looked at the board when it ended and said, "Huh. Good game," said Harry. You changed your opening strategy in Game 4, said Sirius. And by Game 6 you were playing a different player than you were in Game 1. You were playing the same game repeatedly, said Harry. With variations. I was looking for the pattern. Sirius looked at him across the board. And something happened in his face, not the edge of a smile this time but an actual one, brief and complicated, and then it was gone but it had been there. Harry counted it. Again, said Sirius. Nicholas Flamel arrived at Gringotts on a Tuesday in September. He arrived the way Harry had imagined he would, unexpectedly and with absolute confidence, as though the concept of being unexpected was something that happened to other people. He was accompanied by his wife Perenelle, who was also very old and who had the specific quality of someone who had been extraordinary for so long that they'd stopped thinking about it, which made them more extraordinary. Harry met them in Ragnok's office, which had by now ceased to feel like any single person's office and had become something more like a meeting place. Flamel was shorter than Harry had imagined, with a face that was old in the way of very old trees, not decrepit, but layered, with age visible in every line as something accumulated rather than lost. His handwriting, Harry thought, made a lot more sense in person. He had eyes that were extremely bright and that moved between Harry, the rune charts on the wall, the notebook stack, and the practice slate on the desk with the specific speed of a person for whom seeing and connecting are the same operation. The boy himself, said Flamel, in a voice that was accented faintly with something French and worn smooth with centuries of use. He looked at Harry with the bright eyes. You write excellent letters. You write interesting ones, said Harry. The dual-core question. I've been thinking about your last letter. Have you? Flamel sat down without waiting to be invited, which Harry respected. And? The theory that a dual-core signature produces a different quality of magical interaction with ancient instruments, I think it's right. But I think you're framing it as a property of the signature when it might actually be a property of the instruments. They were built assuming single-core users. A dual-core signature might not be more complex, exactly. It might be more complete. Flamel looked at him for a moment. Then at Perenelle. Then back. Sit down, he said. We have things to discuss. They talked for 4 hours. Perenelle largely observed, with the comfortable authority of someone who has had 6 centuries of opinions about everything and no longer needs to demonstrate them continuously. She asked 2 questions, both of which were devastating in their precision, and Harry answered them as directly as he could and said, on the second one, I don't know yet. I'll think about it, which made her smile in a way that transformed her entire face. Flamel's interest was specifically in the disc and in Harry's runework, and the intersection of the two, whether the blood activation mechanism of the disc used a runic architecture that Harry might now be able to perceive directly given his work with Nala. Harry took the disc out of his pocket and held it on his palm and looked at it with the kind of looking he'd been developing for the past 2 years, not the visual looking that anyone could do, but the other kind, the structural kind, the way you looked at a rune form to feel its architecture before you built it. He was quiet for about a minute. The activation mechanism isn't on the face, he said. It's in the material. The bronze. The bronze itself is runed, not inscribed, not stamped. The rune is in the alloy. Flamel went very still. Is that possible? Said Harry. In theory, said Flamel. There are historical references to alloy-embedded runic work. No confirmed examples. He looked at the disc with enormous interest. May I? Harry handed it over. Flamel held it for a moment, closed his eyes, opened them again. I can feel something, he said. But not clearly. The dual-core signature perceives it differently from a standard core. I can feel the structure, said Harry. I can't read it yet. I don't have the vocabulary for what's in there. He looked at Nala. It's older than the forms you've taught me. Nala looked at Flamel. Flamel looked at Nala. Some exchange happened that wasn't quite a conversation. There is, said Nala carefully, an archive section on the 4th level that contains the pre-accord runic records. I've been authorized to access it for the estate research. She paused. The forms in those records predate the standardized Goblin script by approximately 400 years. Can I see them? Said Harry. Nala looked at Ragnok, who had been sitting at the side of the room in the particular quality of stillness he used when he was present without needing to lead. Ragnok gave a minimal nod. Tomorrow morning, said Nala. Flamel handed the disc back to Harry with the slightly reluctant precision of someone returning something valuable. I'd like to correspond further on the alloy question, he said. And, he looked at Harry with the bright eyes, I'd like to offer something. I have access to texts that don't exist anywhere else. Some relevant to what you're developing. He paused. You're not going to have enough at Hogwarts. I know, said Harry. I can supplement, said Flamel. Specific texts. Annotated. He looked at Perenelle. She taught herself 3 magical disciplines that didn't exist before she invented them. She understands pedagogy in unusual circumstances. Perenelle looked at Harry with the expression that had been watching him all afternoon. You would need to do the work, she said. It was the 3rd thing she'd said in 4 hours. I do the work, said Harry. That's not the question. The question is whether the work is pointed in the right direction. He paused. I've been building upward from fundamentals. That's right for architecture. But I think there are structures I'm missing because I don't know they exist yet. Yes, said Perenelle, simply. There are. She looked at her husband. We'll send what's relevant. Harry looked at them both. Why? He said. Why are you helping? It was the question he'd been building toward all afternoon, and he asked it directly because directness was more respectful than working around it. Flamel considered it genuinely. Because we are old, he said at last, and because the things we know will be lost when we go, and most people are not equipped to receive them. And because, he paused, you are something we have not encountered before. Not your power. Power is common enough in its various forms. But, the way you use it. The way you think. That is rarer. He looked at Harry steadily. Also, he said, you are going to have to face something very difficult in a few years, and it would be irresponsible to allow that to happen when we could be useful. Harry absorbed this. Voldemort. Yes. He's going to come back properly. Not just fragments and shadows. Yes. Dumbledore believes so. We believe so. The magical residue suggests, yes. Flamel looked at him without softening it. You know about the connection between you. Dumbledore told me, said Harry. The prophecy. The mark on my forehead. Then you know it's not just a future problem, said Flamel. It's a present one. He is present, somewhere, in some form. And he is aware of you. He paused. Which means the time between now and whenever he returns is not empty time. It is preparation time. I know, said Harry. That's what I've been doing. Flannel looked around the office, the notebooks, the rune charts, the practice slate, the estate documents, the chessboard in the corner that Harry had beaten Sirius on 3 more occasions since the first time. He looked at it all with the bright, ancient eyes. "Yes," he said. "I can see that." The conversation with Dumbledore, which Harry had been putting off since the hearing, happened on a Friday afternoon 2 weeks after Flammel's visit. Dumbledore came to Gringotts, which Harry had decided was right, not neutral territory, not Ministry territory, but Harry's territory. Dumbledore accepted this without comment, which was itself a kind of communication. Sirius was in the annex when Dumbledore arrived. He came into Ragnok's office with the contained quality he'd been developing over the past weeks, the careful, rebuilt version of himself that was more deliberate than the original had probably been. He sat in the 3rd chair, there were 3 chairs now, this had happened without discussion, and looked at Dumbledore across the desk. The 2 men looked at each other for a long moment. Harry watched. This was not a conversation that required him to lead. "Padfoot," said Dumbledore, and his voice had something in it, something genuine, something old, something that didn't have a word for it. "Albus," said Sirius, and his voice was also doing something, and Harry quietly picked up his practice slate and began the 9th tier form, which he could do now without it requiring his full attention. What happened between them in the next 30 minutes was not reconciliation exactly, and not accusation exactly, and not apology exactly, but all 3 things in some ratio that shifted and adjusted as the conversation moved. Dumbledore said what he should have done. Sirius said what those failures had meant. Neither of them raised their voice. The quality of the conversation was serious and direct and adult in the way that the best adult conversations were, honest without performance. Harry finished the 9th tier form. The slate resonated. He looked at it. Clean and complete, the architecture right, the angle of the 4th stroke finally exactly what it needed to be. He'd been getting it wrong for 4 weeks. He set the slate down quietly and didn't interrupt. When the conversation wound down, not concluded, exactly, but reached a resting point, Dumbledore looked at Harry. "You said we should talk about Pettigrew," he said. "Hestia Jones checked the Animagus registry," said Harry. "She found an unregistered Animagus transformation from 1978. Rat form. The detection charm recorded it but the file was never pursued." He paused. "She's opened a separate investigation. She thinks he's alive." Dumbledore was quiet. "I owe you an honest conversation about what I know," he said. "Yes," said Harry. "You do." So Dumbledore told him, more than before, this time. The Horcrux theory, which was new and enormous and which Harry received with the same focused attention he gave all new information, filing it carefully in the part of his mind where the very important things lived. The specific nature of Voldemort's survival. The possible number of Horcruxes. The way they'd need to be addressed before a final confrontation was possible. Sirius listened to all of it and went very still about halfway through, the careful rebuilt stillness of someone who has been handling difficult information for weeks now and has gotten better at it. "You've known about Horcruxes for how long?" said Sirius, when Dumbledore finished. "I've suspected for some years," said Dumbledore. "Confirmed my suspicion approximately 2 years ago." "And you're telling Harry now," said Sirius, because Harry asked me to stop managing what he knew," said Dumbledore, "and I have decided he was right to ask." He paused. "Also because I have been looking for the Horcruxes for 2 years and have found one, and the scale of the problem suggests I may need perspective." "Mine?" said Harry. "Yours," said Dumbledore. "And possibly Sirius's. And frankly, at this point, anyone I trust who can think clearly." He looked between them. "I am 65 years older than you, Harry, and I have been wrong about enough things in the last 2 years that I would benefit from people who are willing to tell me so." Harry looked at him. "That's growth," he said. Dumbledore's beard moved. "I believe so." "All right," said Harry. "Tell us what you found and what you think is still out there. We'll start from there." They talked for 2 more hours. Sirius got increasingly animated as the conversation went on, which Harry tracked with quiet satisfaction, the large, loud quality coming back through the surface, the person who had been in there all along beginning to take up the space that was his. He had opinions about the Horcrux problem. Strong ones. Several of them were useful. When Dumbledore left, Sirius sat for a moment in the third chair, looking at the door. "He's different," said Sirius. "Then what?" said Harry. "Than I expected." A pause. "Then I remembered. He was always, I trusted him completely when I was young. Then, everything. And now he's," Sirius looked for the word. "He's becoming someone who knows he can be wrong. That's new." "You helped," said Harry. "The past few weeks. Having to look at what happened to you." Sirius looked at him. "I was in Azkaban." "Exactly," said Harry. "It's hard to believe you're always right when the evidence of your failure is sitting in front of you." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "You're 8 years old," he said. "Almost 9, said Harry. "That is not the—" Sirius stopped. Looked at him. "You sound like your mother," he said, and this time his voice was steady when he said it, the way something is steady when it's been used enough that it's found its weight. "Tell me what she was like," said Harry. "Specifically." "Not generally." And Sirius told him. He told him about Lily Evans at 17, who had argued with 3 seventh-year Ravenclaws about the theory of countercurse architecture and been right about all 3 points and known it and enjoyed knowing it in a way that was not unkind but was completely undisguised. He told him about the way she laughed, starting small and building to something that took over her whole face. He told him about the time she'd hex James in the corridor in 5th year and then immediately helped him undo it because she couldn't stand watching something she'd done be done badly by its recipient, even when he deserved it. Harry listened with his notebook closed because this wasn't notes information, this was different, and he let it settle into the part of him that was building something he still didn't have a full name for, the structure of who his parents had been, assembled slowly from Dumbledore's stories and Sirius's memories and the estate documents and the photo that Ragnok had retrieved from the vault, the one of James and Lily at what looked like a summer party, laughing at something off camera. He kept that photo on the desk in his room, next to the practice slates. When Sirius stopped, the room was quiet, and outside the door Nala was doing something in the annex that made a small organizational sound, and from somewhere deeper in Gringotts came the distant, familiar rumble of carts on rails. "Thank you," said Harry. Sirius looked at him. "You don't have to thank me for telling you about them." "I know. I'm thanking you anyway." He paused. "Sirius. I want to talk about Hogwarts." A shift. Sirius sat up slightly. "What about it?" "I'm starting in 3 years. I've been thinking about how to approach it." Harry looked at his practice slate, the 9th tier form, finally right. "I have more preparation than any student who's walked in there probably ever has. The question is what to do with that." "Not hide it," said Sirius immediately. "No," said Harry. "Definitely not." Sirius looked at him. "Your father didn't hide anything either," he said. "It caused some friction. But he took up space honestly, if you know what I mean. He didn't perform it." "That's what I want," said Harry. "To be exactly what I am and let people decide what they think about it." "Some people won't like it," said Sirius. "Some people already don't," said Harry. "Lucius Malfoy thinks I might be manageable. I'd like to let him go on thinking that for as long as possible." He paused. "And Dumbledore is going to want me in Gryffindor, and I have strong opinions about whether that should be his choice." Sirius blinked. "What's wrong with Gryffindor?" "Nothing's wrong with it," said Harry. "But I'm not choosing my house based on what someone else wants. I'm choosing it based on what's right for me." He paused. "Which is probably Gryffindor anyway. But on my terms." Sirius stared at him. "What?" said Harry. "Lily again," said Sirius. The exact same, when she'd already decided something but she wanted to be the one who decided it, she'd say it exactly like that. He shook his head. This is going to be surreal for the next 10 years. You'll be there, said Harry. It came out as a statement, not a question, because Harry had decided this and wasn't asking. Sirius looked at him. You want me to, you're my guardian. Legally, under the will, you're my guardian. I know I've been mostly fine without one, but, Harry stopped. He looked at the photo on the desk that wasn't visible from here but that he could picture precisely. I'd like you to be there. Sirius was quiet for a long time. I'm not, he started. Azkaban did things. I'm not who I was. Some of it isn't coming back. I know, said Harry. I'm not asking for who you were. I'm asking for who you are now. Another long silence. Okay, said Sirius, quietly. Yeah. Okay. He looked at the desk. Looked at Harry. I'm going to be rubbish at the practical parts. Shopping and Ragnok handles most of that, said Harry. Right. Yes. A pause. I can teach you things. Flying, your dad was extraordinary on a broom, I can at least, flying, said Harry. Yes. Can we start this week? Sirius looked at him. Then he laughed, it came out rough and slightly rusty, like something that hadn't been used in a long time and needed the first few uses to clear out, but it was real, it was completely real. Yeah, said Sirius. We can start this week. Harry smiled. Good. Outside the window of the room that had become the meeting room and the office and the place where significant things happened, the enchanted mountains caught the late afternoon light and went briefly, completely gold, and held it. Chapter 8, The Boy Who Chose the Hogwarts Letter arrived on a Tuesday in July, 11 days after Harry's 11th birthday. He was in the 4th level archive when it came, the pre-accord section, which he'd been working in regularly for the past 3 years, translating the older runic forms with Nala's guidance and cross-referencing them against the alloy-embedded structures Flamel had been helping him theorize about. The owl came down through the ventilation shaft that served the deep archive levels, which was not a path owls typically used and which suggested the Hogwarts owls were either more determined or more magically directed than standard. It landed on the open scroll in front of him. Harry looked at it. The owl looked back with the specific patience of a creature that has delivered this envelope to hundreds of children and will not be moved by the fact that this one is clearly already expecting it. He took the letter. The envelope was thick, cream-colored parchment, addressed in green ink, Mr. H. Potter, The Archive, Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley, London. The specificity of it was interesting, not the cupboard address, not a general Gringotts address, but the archive specifically, which meant the charm that located recipients was as precise as Nala had always claimed. He broke the seal, read the letter, set it down. He picked up the owl, which was unexpectedly amenable to being picked up, and looked at it for a moment with the mild consideration he gave most things. Thank you, he said, and released it. It flew back up the ventilation shaft. He rolled up the scroll he'd been working on, capped the inkwell, and went to find Sirius. Sirius was on the roof. Not the roof of the bank exactly, there was an access point on the upper residential level that led to a terrace that was technically meant for emergency egress but had been repurposed, over the past 3 years, as a flying space. It was shielded from Muggle view by a set of wards that Sirius had negotiated with Ragnok with the specific careful energy of someone who understood they were asking for something and was making sure to ask properly. He was in the air when Harry came through the access door, on the old broom he'd acquired in his first year out, a second-hand clean sweep that he maintained with near-obsessive precision because, as he'd told Harry once, flying was the one thing Azkaban had not managed to touch, because they hadn't been able to take the memory of it completely. He landed when he saw Harry's face. "Letter," he said. Harry held it up. Sirius looked at the Hogwarts seal. Something moved through his expression, complicated, layered, the particular quality of emotion that had no clean name because it was made of too many things at once. Pride, Harry thought, and grief, and something that was joy and loss at the same time. Well, said Sirius. There it is. There it is, said Harry. Sirius sat on the low stone wall of the terrace and held the broom across his knees and looked at the letter in Harry's hand. How do you feel? Harry thought about it honestly. He did that, gave the question the time it deserved instead of answering reflexively. Ready, he said. Which is different from excited. Excited suggests I didn't know it was coming. And ready means I know what I'm walking into and I've thought about it enough to have a plan. He sat beside Sirius on the wall. Not a rigid plan. But a direction. Sirius nodded. He was better at receiving these kinds of answers now. In the beginning he'd found Harry's precision slightly unnerving, the way people sometimes found very direct honesty unnerving when they expected softening. 3 years had calibrated him to it. What's the direction? Honest, said Harry. Exactly what I am, from the beginning. No testing the water, no gradual reveal. I walk in as the head of the Potter estate, with 3 years of goblin education, a dual-core magical signature, and a particular understanding of what's coming. He paused. I'm not performing any version of what people expect. They're going to expect the boy who lived, said Sirius. I know. Some of them will be disappointed and some of them will be relieved and some of them will be furious and some of them will be interesting. Harry looked at the London skyline, the visible slice of it above the Diagon Alley rooftops. I'm most interested in the interesting ones. Sirius was quiet for a moment. Dumbledore's going to want, I know what Dumbledore wants, said Harry. He wants me in Gryffindor, he wants me to befriend the right people, he wants me to have a normal school experience that also quietly prepares me for the Voldemort problem. He paused. Most of that is correct. The normal part is the only bit I'd push back on. There's nothing normal about you, said Sirius, and it came out warm, completely warm, the kind of warmth that had been building for 3 years, each conversation adding another layer until it was something solid and reliable and both of them knew it. No, said Harry. There isn't. He looked at the letter again. Sirius. The Horcruxes. What about them? Dumbledore's found 2 now. He thinks there are 4 more, minimum. He's working through it but he's one person, and he's also running a school, and he's managing ministry politics and monitoring Voldemort's movements. Harry folded the letter carefully. I'm going to be at Hogwarts. That means I'm going to have access to the library, to the teachers, to the physical spaces where some of this history happened. He paused. I can help. More directly than I have been. Sirius looked at him. You're planning to investigate Horcruxes at school. I'm planning to contribute to an investigation that's already underway, said Harry. While also attending school. They're not mutually exclusive. You're 11. You keep saying my age. Because it keeps being relevant, said Sirius. Because I'm your guardian and I'm supposed to have opinions about 11-year-olds and Horcruxes. You had opinions about Horcruxes at our last meeting with Dumbledore, said Harry. Several of which he incorporated into his current theory. That's different, Sirius stopped. Breathed. The familiar process of recalibrating, which he'd gotten significantly better at. All right, he said. What's the specific plan? I want access to the restricted section, said Harry. Proper access, from the beginning, not snuck in at night. A standing authorization from Dumbledore. The library at Hogwarts has texts on dark object detection that aren't in Gringotts holdings, and there's at least one text on soul magic that Flamel mentioned exists there. Dumbledore will give that to you, said Sirius. He's already basically given you whatever you ask for. Also I want to talk to the portraits, said Harry. The ones in the headmaster's office. They've been there for centuries. Some of them were around during Voldemort's time at school. They know things they haven't been asked. Sirius looked at him. I genuinely cannot tell, he said, if spending 3 years with goblins has made you more or less like a normal person. Nala would say there's no such thing as a normal person, said Harry, only different definitions of normal applied inconsistently. Of course she would, said Sirius. He looked at the sky for a moment. I'm coming to Diagon Alley with you. For the school shopping. I want that. I know, said Harry. I already told Ragnok to block the day. Sirius blinked. You, of course you did. He shook his head, and the smile came easier now, had been coming easier for a year, the rust well and truly cleared out of it. Go show Ragnok the letter. He'll want to see it. Harry stood, pocketed the letter, and paused. Sirius. Yeah. Thank you. For the past 3 years. He said it directly, the way he said important things, without wrapping it in softening language, which would have made it less. It mattered. Sirius looked at him from the stone wall with the broom across his knees and the London light on his face and the grey eyes that had been gradually, over 3 years, becoming the eyes they'd been before the tower, not the same, the tower had changed them permanently, but present and awake in his. Yeah, he said, quietly. For me too, Harry. For me too. Ragnok read the letter with the precise, focused attention he gave all documents, and then set it on the desk and looked at Harry with the expression Harry knew better than any other expression in the world, the one that was Ragnok's version of the full complexity of what he felt, which was not small, and which he expressed with the controlled precision of someone who had learned, over 63 years of account management, that feelings and professionalism were not enemies but needed. Clear boundaries. Hogwarts, he said. Yes, said Harry. You're ready. Yes. Harry paused. For Hogwarts, yes. For everything after Hogwarts, we'll see. But for Hogwarts, yes. Ragnok picked up the letter again, not to read it but simply to hold it for a moment, which was unusual and which Harry understood precisely. Then he set it down again. There are several things to address before September, he said, and his voice was entirely professional. The estate accounts need a revised management structure for the period during which you're at school. The Sirius Black guardianship documents should be finalized formally, they've been operating on a provisional basis long enough. And the Flamel correspondence should be, Ragnok, said Harry. Ragnok looked at him. We'll get to all of that, said Harry. But first. He paused. I want to say something. Ragnok waited. When I arrived here, said Harry, I was 5 and I had a split lip and I didn't know what anything was. You could have sent me back. You had reasons to send me back, it would have been simpler, more neutral, within standard procedure. He held Ragnok's gaze. You didn't. The disc obligated you to provide immediate aid. It didn't obligate you to conduct a full estate audit at 2 in the morning and file a protectorate claim and let a 5-year-old sit in your office and work out what had been done to him. Harry looked at him steadily. You chose that. Ragnok was very still. Everything since, said Harry, has come from that choice. Every document, every meeting, every hearing. Sirius being out. The estate. The claim. All of it came from you choosing to actually help instead of just technically complying. He paused. I'm going to Hogwarts. Things will be different from September. But I want you to know, what you did, what you gave me here, I know what it is. And I'm grateful for it. The silence was complete. Ragnok looked at him for a very long moment. Something moved in his expression that was not contained by professionalism, that was not the account manager's controlled precision, that was simply, what it was, unguarded for once, in the same way that Sirius's laugh was real and Nala's ear movement was real. You will write, said Ragnok. Weekly. Not monthly. Weekly. Weekly, said Harry. Always. And any significant developments are communicated immediately. Not after the fact. Immediately, said Harry. And the estate reviews continue remotely. The runic work with Nala, she will correspond, I know, said Harry. Nothing stops. It just moves. He paused. This is still home, Ragnok. Hogwarts is where I'm going. This is home. Ragnok looked at the letter on the desk. He picked up his quill. Very well, he said, and his voice was exactly what it always was, precise and professional and carrying, underneath the precision, everything that it had always been carrying. Let's discuss the estate restructuring. The accounts during the school year will need. Harry opened his notebook and they got to work. Diagon Alley on a summer Saturday was a different creature from Diagon Alley on a weekday morning, when Harry had mostly experienced it. The street was full, families, children, the specific controlled chaos of people who had lists and a limited amount of time and strong opinions about which wand shop versus which robe shop. Harry walked through it with Sirius beside him and Ragnok a few steps behind. Ragnok had insisted on attending in a professional capacity, which everyone understood meant he'd have found a reason to come regardless, and the professional capacity was the polite fiction, and felt the looks. Some recognized Sirius, which was its own thing, 3 years out of Azkaban, exonerated, recognizable. There were still people who looked twice, who moved slightly, who had the specific hesitation of those who had held a belief for a long time and intellectually updated it without emotionally updating it. Sirius handled this with the careful composure of someone who had decided that composure was the answer and was implementing it. Most of the looks were for Harry. He'd been in Diagon Alley before, for estate matters, for Gringotts business, but not in the full, visible sense of being Harry Potter on a school shopping day in a street full of wizards. The scar was visible. The name was recognizable to anyone who'd followed the Wizengamot proceedings or read The Prophet, which was most wizarding adults. Children stared outright. Parents tried not to and mostly succeeded less well than they thought. Harry walked through it and didn't flinch and didn't perform for it, which was the only real option. Madame Malkin's first. The robes. He was being measured, standing on the fitting stool, arms out, the enchanted measuring tape doing its efficient circuit, when someone stepped up on the stool to his left. Harry glanced over. Blonde. Pale. Sharp-faced in the way of someone who had grown up around people who valued sharp faces. The boy was looking at Harry with the assessing curiosity of someone who has decided they're interested without yet deciding what kind of interested. Hogwarts, said the boy. Yes, said Harry. Me too. First year. A pause. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Harry looked at him. He had his father's coloring and his mother's bone structure, which Harry had observed from the Wizengamot gallery where Narcissa Malfoy occasionally sat in the public section, and he had neither parent's particular quality of performed control. He was, at 11, still transparent in the way of people who haven't fully learned to hide what they're thinking. Currently thinking, assessment, curiosity, some performance of status, and underneath all of it, actually underneath, in the genuine layer, nervousness about Hogwarts. Genuine nervousness, not performed confidence. Harry found this interesting. Potter, said Harry. Harry Potter. Draco already knew, clearly, his expression had the particular configuration of someone confirming what they'd suspected. I know who you are, he said, trying for the casual confidence and almost reaching it. My father's mentioned you. I know your father, said Harry. We've met. Draco blinked at this. You've, yes. Wizengamot. Among other things. Harry looked at the measuring tape completing its work. Do you know what house you're going for? Slytherin. Obviously. All our family. Draco said it with the reflex speed of something said so many times it had stopped being a thought and become a response. What about you? I don't know yet, said Harry, which was partly true and partly not, and the ambiguity was deliberate. He stepped down from the stool. Draco looked at him with the transparent curiosity. You don't know. I have some ideas, said Harry. But the hat decides. He picked up his robe order from Madame Malkin's assistant. Do you know much about the different houses? Actually, not the family version. Actually. Draco looked slightly thrown by the distinction. Well, Slytherin is, I've read the histories, said Harry. The actual ones. Slytherin's original methodology, not the popular interpretation. Salazar Slytherin's actual philosophy about ambition and cunning was more complex than what usually gets attributed to him. He paused. The blood purity element is a later addition. Post-Slytherin, attributed to him retroactively. Draco stared at him. Think about it, said Harry pleasantly. We might end up in the same house. Or not. Either way, see you on the train. He went to find Sirius, leaving Draco Malfoy on the fitting stool with an expression that was, Harry thought, the beginning of someone having their assumptions picked up and examined for the first time. That was something. Flourish and Blots was straightforward. Harry already owned most of the required texts, had read most of them, and supplemented the list with 4 additional volumes on magical theory that weren't on the standard reading list and which the bookseller looked at with mild surprise. Ollivander's was not straightforward. He'd been looking forward to it, actually, in the specific way he looked forward to things that he suspected would be interesting. Flamel had discussed wands in his letters, the Garrick Ollivander tradition, the specific relationship between wand and wizard, the way the fit was about resonance rather than power. Harry had been without a wand his entire 11 years and had a theoretical framework for it without any practical experience. He walked in and immediately understood why Ollivander had the reputation he did. The old man appeared from between the shelves like something from the architecture of the place, pale eyes and measuring gaze and the quality of someone who has spent their entire life paying the specific kind of attention that most people never pay. He looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, he said. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. Here I am, said Harry. Indeed. Ollivander looked at him for a long moment, not at the scar, which was where most people looked first, but at his hands, at his eyes, at some quality Harry couldn't identify but which Ollivander was clearly reading with the confidence of long practice. This will be interesting, he said, not to Harry but to himself, and began pulling boxes. 12 wands in 20 minutes. Not unusual, apparently. Ollivander explained each one in the precise language of his craft, and Harry listened to all of it because it was genuinely interesting, and tried each one with the specific attention of someone who understood what they were looking for even without having found it yet. Box 13. 11 inches. Holly. Phoenix feather core. Ollivander handed it over with a slightly different quality, not ceremonial, but meaningful. Harry took it. The resonance was immediate and complete and entirely unlike the 12 previous attempts, which had ranged from nothing to a polite acknowledgement to one spectacular misfire that had sent a stack of boxes across the room. This was, right. The click of it settling, the same quality as a rune form completed correctly, as a document argument that held, as the 9th tier form finally at the right angle. He lowered it. Gold sparks were still settling. Ollivander was looking at him with an expression that was professional and complicated and layered with something Harry couldn't fully read, something old and specific and not entirely comfortable. Holly and Phoenix feather, said Ollivander. 11 inches. Pliable. He paused. Curious. You know whose wand gave the feather, said Harry. I know a great many things, said Ollivander. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. Never forget that. I won't, said Harry. He looked at the wand. But I'll also make my own choices. Those aren't in conflict. Ollivander looked at him for a long moment. No, he said, finally. I don't suppose they are. Harry paid for the wand. Sirius was waiting outside with the expression of someone who had been managing a complicated set of feelings and was mostly succeeding. Wand, said Sirius, looking at the box. Holly and Phoenix feather, said Harry. Same feather as Voldemort's wand. Sirius's expression shifted. That's, I know, said Harry. It's fine. It's the right wand. The core is incidental. He pocketed it. Also Ollivander looks at you like he's reading something inside you and it's slightly unsettling. He's done that since 1978, said Sirius. James came out of there grey in the face. His own fault for being dramatic, said Harry. Sirius laughed, and it was easy now, completely easy, no rust left in it. The evening before September 1st, Harry sat in the archive annex for the last time as a permanent resident. His room was packed, everything relevant organized into the trunk that now sat at the foot of the bed, everything that was staying on its shelf or in its drawer. The rune charts he was taking. The notebooks, all 12, plus a blank 13th. The bronze disc. The photo. The letters from Flamel. The letter from Sirius, from Azkaban, 2 words in cramped handwriting, who's asking. He kept that one in the inside pocket, same place as always. Nala was in the annex. She was pretending to organize something, which was her version of being present without requiring acknowledgement of why she was present. Harry let her pretend. He sat across from her usual spot and opened the new notebook, the 13th, and wrote in it, September 1st, tomorrow. Then he looked up. "I'll write." "You'd better," said Nala, without looking up from the shelf. "The pre-accord translation work doesn't stop because you've gone to school. I'll send the next section by Friday. I'll have it done by the following Friday. Wednesday. Thursday," said Harry. "Fine," said Nala, and her ears moved. He closed the notebook. He looked around the annex, the scrolls, the ledgers, the 3 inkwells, the rune charts remaining on the wall that were too complex to be replaced quickly, the stone carving on the windowsill that was Nala's family symbol. He thought about the archive, level 4, the pre-accord section and the quality of the old runic forms in the older parchments, the way time had a physical presence in very old documents. He thought about the bronze disc, and the crack in the wall, and the night that had started all of this. "Nala," he said. She looked at him. "Thank you," he said. "For teaching me. He paused, choosing the right word, "for taking me seriously." Nala was quiet for a moment. "You made it easy," she said. "You were worth taking seriously." "So were you," said Harry. "You still are. Whatever I managed to do at Hogwarts, wherever this goes, you helped build it. The rune work, the archive knowledge, the way of thinking about problems. That came from you." Nala's ears were very still. The particular stillness. "Don't get sentimental," she said. "I'm not," said Harry. "I'm being accurate." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she went to the shelf and picked up something small, a flat piece of stone, palm-sized, with a single rune inscribed on it. She set it on the table in front of him. He looked at it. The rune was one he knew, the symbol for persistence. The same one she'd drawn in the card on his 6th birthday. But this was carved, not drawn, and the carving had a quality he recognized from his work with the pre-accord materials, a functional depth, not decorative. He picked it up carefully. "Functional," she said. "The first functional piece I've made outside of archival restoration work." She looked at it. "The carving took 3 weeks. The rune is correct, I had it reviewed by 2 senior archivist runesmiths." A pause. "It doesn't do anything dramatic. It reinforces. It holds the quality of the word it carries against erosion." She looked at him. "There are many things that erode you in the world. Specifically, the things that are going to come at you. I wanted you to have something that doesn't." Harry held it. He felt the resonance of it, faint and very specific, the particular quality of a functional rune, the architecture completing when touched. "Nala," he said. "Don't," she said, and went back to the shelf. He put it in his pocket next to the disc. The 1st of September was grey and cold for summer's end, which Harry thought was appropriate. King's Cross was loud and human and entirely unlike anything he'd lived in for the past 6 years, and he moved through it with the particular attention of someone navigating a new environment, cataloging exits, noting density patterns, identifying the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 that was, once you looked for it, plainly visible if you knew what kind of looking to do. Sirius walked beside him. Ragnok had come as far as the Leaky Cauldron, a Muggle train station being, as he put it, professionally inappropriate, and had shaken Harry's hand with both of his, which was not a goblin custom but was a human one, and which he'd done with the precise deliberateness of someone choosing the gesture. Right, Ragnok had said. Weakly, Harry had said. They'd looked at each other for a moment, the full 6 years of it between them, and then Ragnok had nodded once and walked away and Harry had watched him go and felt the full weight of it, gratitude and love, which were not the same thing as sentiment, which were harder and more permanent than sentiment, which lasted. He went through the barrier. The Hogwarts Express was extraordinary. Not in the understated, functional way of Gringotts, but in the particular, excessive way of something built to be magnificent and knowing it. Red and gleaming, steam rising, the platform full of noise and families and owls and floating trunks. Harry stood for a moment and looked at it. Your father, said Sirius, beside him, stood in this exact spot in 1971 and said, and I'm quoting, I was right next to him, this is going to be brilliant. Was he right? Said Harry. He was right about most things, said Sirius. Not everything. But that one. Harry looked at the train. He thought about 11 years, the first 5 in a cupboard, the 6 at Gringotts, building something. He thought about what was inside the train, his year group, the people who would be his classmates for 7 years, the people Dumbledore had thoughts about and Sirius had thoughts about and who Harry had thoughts about, different from both. He thought about Draco Malfoy on the fitting stool in Madame Malkin's, nervous underneath the performance, something worth finding underneath the performance. He thought about the Horcruxes. 2 found, 4 remaining. He thought about a man who wasn't dead, who was out there, somewhere, in some form, gathering, waiting for the right moment or the right host or the right weakness. He thought about the connection between them, the mark on his forehead that wasn't just a scar, the prophecy that had shaped everything before he was old enough to shape anything back. He thought about Flamel's texts, which were in his trunk, and Nala's rune stone in his pocket, and the bronze disc beside it, and the wand in his other pocket that was holly and phoenix feather and had felt like the click of something exactly right. He thought about being ready. Not invincible. Not without complication or challenge or the distinct likelihood that some of what was coming would be genuinely hard. He'd thought clearly about hard. He'd looked at Sirius coming out of Azkaban and understood what hard looked like from the inside. He'd looked at Dumbledore carrying 60 years of good intentions and wrong decisions and understood what hard looked like from the outside. He'd looked at Ragnok's face the morning of his 6th birthday and understood what it cost people to love things they weren't supposed to love. He understood hard. He was ready for it. Right, he said. He hugged Sirius, properly, the way he'd learned to in year 2, when Sirius had first offered it and Harry had been uncertain what to do with it and had since decided it was one of the better things, and felt Sirius hug back with the specific fierceness of someone who has very few things they hold tightly and is aware of that. All right, said Sirius, pulling back. Yes, said Harry. Right. Not just to Ragnok. To me. I will. If anything, I'll write, said Harry. Weakly. To both of you. Sirius looked at him, the full look, the one that had been developing for 3 years, that had Lily and James in it somewhere and also something that was entirely Sirius's own. Go on then, he said. Harry picked up his trunk. He walked toward the train. He was almost at the door when he heard his name, not Sirius, from the other direction. He looked. A girl, red-haired, slightly frantic, being followed by 2 adults who were clearly her parents and a large number of siblings. She'd called his name by accident, apparently. She looked mortified, the frantic quality shifting to embarrassment. Sorry, she said. I didn't mean to, I've just read about you, and, sorry. It's fine, said Harry. What's your name? Ginny. Weasley. I'm not starting this year, I'm only, she gestured at the train with the slightly helpless gesture of someone watching a thing they want very much recede from them. Next year, said Harry. Yes, she said, with the particular resignation of someone who has been told next year enough times that it stopped being comforting. September 1st, said Harry. It comes around. You'll be ready. She looked at him, still embarrassed, but something else now too. He gave her the real smile, the one that changed his face, and then he turned and boarded the train. He found a compartment toward the back, put his trunk in the rack, and sat with his back to the engine, facing the direction of travel. The seat was comfortable and slightly worn and smelled of years of students. He looked out the window at the platform. Sirius was still there. He raised one hand when Harry looked at him, and Harry raised one back. The compartment door opened. Draco Malfoy stood in the doorway, without his usual trailing associates. He'd come alone, which Harry thought was deliberate. I thought about what you said, said Draco. In Madame Malkin's. About Slytherin's actual philosophy. And, said Harry. And I think you might be right. Draco said it with the specific difficulty of someone admitting something that goes against a very long-established grain. About the blood purity thing being a later addition. He paused. I looked it up. The primary sources. Harry gestured at the seat across from him. Draco sat. He looked around the empty compartment, at Harry's trunk with the Gringotts lock on it, at the book Harry had left on the seat, one of Flamel's annotations, dense and marginalia heavy. You actually do things properly, said Draco. Everyone said, there were stories about you, but they were mostly, he shrugged. You're different from what people expected. I know, said Harry. What did you expect? I don't know. Something, softer. Dumbledore's pet. The Ministry's golden symbol. He said it with the bluntness of someone who doesn't fully realize yet how blunt they're being. You're not that. No, said Harry. I'm not. Draco looked at the book. What's that? Harry handed it over. Draco looked at the title, at the dense annotations in Flamel's eccentric handwriting, with an expression that started as polite interest and became something more genuine. Who annotated this? Nicholas Flamel. Draco looked up. Flamel the alchemist? Yes. Draco looked at the book again. He's still alive? Yes. And he just, gave you his annotated books? We correspond, said Harry. He's interesting. Draco held the book for a moment, then handed it back with the careful precision of someone who has decided something is valuable and wants to demonstrate they understand that. What do you want from Hogwarts? He said. Not small talk, a genuine question, asked with the directness that Harry suspected was Draco's natural mode when he wasn't performing. Education, said Harry. Real education. The kind most of the curriculum will only approach. He paused. And I want to find out what's left of Voldemort and help remove it. Draco went still. Your father knows more about that than he's acknowledged to anyone, said Harry, evenly. At some point that's going to become a problem for your family. I'm not saying this to threaten, I'm saying it because I think you're someone who deserves to know what's actually happening rather than the version you've been given. Draco was very quiet. His face was doing complicated things. You don't have to respond to that now, said Harry. We have 7 years. The train lurched into motion. They both looked out the window. The platform slid by, and Sirius's hand was still raised, and then he was gone, and the station was gone, and London was going past in flashes of grey and green. Draco looked at Harry. You're not what I expected, he said again, but the tone was different this time. You've said that, said Harry. I'm saying it differently, said Draco. The first time was an observation. This time it's, he paused, searching for the word with the seriousness of someone who uses language carefully, which Harry noted as a good sign. It's a recalibration. That's fair, said Harry. I find I have that effect. Your friend's father, said Sirius, who had appeared in the compartment doorway. Wait. Not Sirius. Another Weasley, older than Ginny, red-haired and slightly breathless from apparently running the length of the train. He stopped when he saw Draco. Malfoy, he said. Weasley, said Draco, with the reflexive flatness of ingrained antagonism. Potter, said the Weasley, looking at Harry. I'm Ron. My sister said she talked to you on the platform. I don't actually know why I came to the back of the train. He said it with the honest confusion of someone who'd acted on impulse and was now accounting for it. Harry looked at him. Ron Weasley was broad-shouldered and had the particular quality of someone who was genuinely good-natured without trying to perform good nature, and who was currently standing in a doorway between someone he'd had reflexive antagonism toward since childhood and someone he'd been slightly starstruck about for the same duration, and was handling this with the honest bewilderment of someone who hadn't planned any of it. Harry liked him immediately. Sit down, said Harry. We were talking about Hogwarts. Ron looked at Draco. Draco looked at Ron. Something passed between them that was not warmth but was the beginning of the grudging acknowledgement that proximity produces. Ron sat. The three of them looked out the window as England went past, the city giving way to outskirts giving way to countryside, green and grey and the specific beauty of moving quickly through a world that was still. Harry held the bronze disc in his pocket, not deliberately, just the way his hand found it, the habit of 6 years. It was warm, the way it always was. He thought about the crack in the wall, the night he'd found it, the 5-year-old who'd been hungry and had a ringing ear and had pressed a bloody thumb against the markings and changed everything. He thought about what was ahead, Hogwarts, which was full of things he already knew and things he didn't yet, and which would be the beginning of the next stage of something that had been building since that night. He thought about Voldemort, not with fear, because fear required an absence of preparation, and he had not been unprepared for 6 years, but with the specific clarity of someone who has studied the shape of a problem long enough to understand it. He thought, I know what you are. I know what you've made. I know what it will take. He thought, I'm ready. The Hogwarts Express ran north through Britain, and the 3 boys in the back compartment were not yet friends but were already something, the particular something that happens when the right people sit in the same room and none of them look away first. Harry looked out the window at the moving world. He thought about a 5-year-old in a cupboard, pressing his thumb against a bronze disc in the dark, not knowing what he was starting. He thought, good. Go. And he was going.